The devil on your shoulder, your guardian angel. These are expressions that we've all heard countless times. Of course, they're not supposed to be taken literally. None of us have a heavenly spirit looking over us and protecting us from harm, in the same way that nobody really has a little red-skinned imp whispering encouragement to commit atrocious deeds in someone's ear. They're metaphors. Guardian angel refers to any instance of seemingly divine intervention, but is more often a coincidence that ends up benefiting a person when they need it most. And the devil on your shoulder, that's temptation. The little voice in the back of your head that sometimes eggs you on to do something you know you shouldn't. But what if there was a being that was both a demonic, malicious creature that also acted as a guardian for someone unable to protect themselves? Is it even possible for a being to be both angel and devil? And who out there could ever qualify for such holy and hellish protection? Ombre Rouge was once a fairly normal place to live, a small Louisiana town in one of the smallest of these 50 United States. Its name was derived from the French language, translating to Red Shadow, an ominous name for a township that was otherwise so uninteresting and forgettable. In fact, if things had never panned out the way they had, Ombre Rouge would have stayed that way, just a place where nothing interesting ever happened. All of that changed, of course, when the disappearances started. For anyone who might be too young to remember them, the mid-2000s were a turbulent time. The Iraq War was in full swing, and a nationwide financial crisis was rapidly approaching. But in the midst of all this global chaos and instability, the residents of Ombre Rouge were soon to be caught in the thralls of their very own shared torment. At first, like with most bad things, it started small. One person went missing, an unfortunate occurrence, but not exactly unheard of. Sadly, these things happen, especially when you live so close to the swamplands of Louisiana. People wander out into the marsh under the searing heat of the sun, only to suffer heat stroke, collapse, and end up buried in the dark, dank mud, never to be seen again. Few of those living in the town took much notice of the first disappearance. Apart from the missing person's relatives, many just shrugged off the news. As sad as it was, most of the townsfolk were just grateful it hadn't happened to any of their own family or friends. Maybe it was that ignorance, that lack of vigilance or reaction, that meant a second resident would also be reported missing, not long after the first. But this time was different. Unlike the previous disappearance, this one had an eyewitness. Clement Donovan, known to locals as Clem, had spotted a passerby while taking out bags of garbage. This unassuming pedestrian was the second disappearance victim. Thinking little of the man who just seemed to be walking home, Clem went back inside. A split second later, he heard a scream from outside and rushed back to his dimly lit porch. It was there that Clem claimed he saw something retreating towards the nearby woods. However, Clem's wild story of something not quite human wasn't taken seriously by local police. He even managed to snap a grainy photo on his clamshell cell phone. But back in 2005, phone cameras were nowhere near as advanced as they are today. Most Ombre Rouge locals wrote Clem off as a crazy old man at best. But worst, it made him look like someone who was trying to exploit or make light of the disappearances, something that garnered him a lot of dirty looks from his neighbors. That was until a number of other residents started reporting they had also witnessed a humanoid creature. It's hard to say if any of these eyewitnesses were genuine and how many were just people latching on to Clem's story. Regardless, the disappearances hadn't stopped, and it didn't take long for an unknown organization to roll into Ombre Rouge after hearing the rumors of a creature sighting. A few residents, even the local sheriff's department, thought these shady figures were a division of forensic specialists here to aid in the investigations into the missing persons. The more conspiratorial folks living in the town had a different explanation, that the newcomers were a deep state-controlled top-secret government group, there to assess the possibility that there really was some kind of monster on the loose. Not long after this group had arrived in Ombre Rouge, the number of residents going missing seemed to dwindle. On the 18th of December 2005, they packed up and left town, giving no explanation to the local police. Nobody knew if this secretive foundation had actually uncovered the perpetrator responsible for all the disappearances, if there even was any creature like the rumors said. But whatever had transpired in that Louisiana swamp town, one thing was clear. The moment the foundation left, nobody else went missing from Ombre Rouge, or at least, not for over a decade. Before then, however, little else of note happened in Ombre Rouge after the initial spate of missing persons cases. This apart from a car accident that took place just under a year after the various disappearances ended. A heavily injured man by the name of Simon Hayes was taken to a local hospital, suffering from a severe concussion. Simon had been involved in a collision with a car on the 11th of November 2006. The doctors that examined him determined that Simon had been left with short-term retrograde amnesia, a condition that affected all his memories from prior to the accident. It was due to this that he was unable to recall events that occurred in the years before he'd sustained his injuries. Now, what is it that makes a random, if unfortunate, car accident victim so significant? Well, Simon Hayes actually became the first person in Ombre Rouge to be declared missing in almost a decade. In 2016, 10 years after his accident, and 11 after the original slew of disappearances, Simon vanished when returning to his hometown in Louisiana to visit his family. Naturally, Simon Hayes wouldn't be the last familiar face to return to the town. A repetition of such similar and strange occurrences as before also brought the mysterious foundation rolling back in. Little did the townsfolk know, in the year that had followed the group's original exodus from Ombre Rouge, they had lost something. On the exact same day Simon suffered his accident, whatever it was the Foundation had left town with had managed to escape. Perhaps this was a purely coincidental occurrence, but what if it wasn't? After all, road traffic collisions take place all the time all over the world. But an accident happening in a town with a history of people going missing on the exact same day that this thing escaped captivity? Maybe there was a link between the two events. At the very least, the Foundation seemed to think so. Some of the more astute people living in the swampside town noticed black armored transport vehicles moving into their neighborhoods. Men in body armor locking down the whole of Ombre Rouge. These didn't seem like local police. They weren't even the National Guard, although they were certainly heavily armed enough to cause concern. This unit of specially trained operatives quickly took control of the entire township, their authority never questioned by the sheriff's department. The place was small enough, isolated by surrounding swamps and marshland, that it was easy for Mobile Task Force Epsilon 6 to get away with an operation like this. Before the people of Ombre Rouge had time to argue, the task force had already begun their investigation. The newest series of disappearances had started in 2016 with Simon Hayes mysteriously vanishing, and had continued 2 years later in 2018. Just like the first spate back in 2005, there were sporadic and unconfirmed eyewitness accounts of a creature, shaped like a human but considerably taller, almost 2 meters in height. Most witnesses reported only ever seeing this local boogeyman at nighttime, making it much harder to see in detail, although a few seemed to state its skin was deep red, unlike any natural human skin tone. While before, residents of the Louisiana swamp town had brushed off stories like this as nothing more than rumors and urban legends, the Foundation seemed pretty receptive to the idea of some kind of monster on the loose in the marshland. And after all, they had good reason to believe such an outlandish story, because it was the same creature that had already escaped from them in 2006. Continuing their investigation into the link between Simon Hayes and this creature, Mobile Task Force Epsilon 6, also known by the codename the Village Idiots, arrived at Hayes' place of residence. Kicking the door down, breaching the house, they began a room-by-room sweep, looking for any clues that would explain why the monster they'd captured escaped on the same day as Simon's accident. One of the MTF operatives uncovered something, an envelope stashed in the home Simon had grown up in. He opened it cautiously. A collection of papers that were contained inside came spilling out. There were a series of simple drawings on paper that seemed to be more than a few years old. The crudeness of the hand-scrawled pictures and age of the paper seemed to imply that they had been created by a child. A number of the drawings depicted the same thing, a red-skinned creature, just like the one the townsfolk had reported seeing. With them was a note, written by Simon's mother, which read, "Found these old drawings of yours. Thought you might like to see them again. Welcome home." There was a link, an unclear, maybe tangential connection, but one that was growing the more information the Foundation uncovered. Whatever this being was, a very young Simon Hayes had seen it while growing up in Ombre Rouge. Due to the short-term retrograde amnesia that he'd sustained after his accident, he wouldn't have remembered it, but perhaps this thing remembered him. Did that mean the pair of them might be linked somehow? Not just by coincidence, but some kind of connection that allowed the creature to escape its captivity on the exact day Simon had his car accident. A connection that had drawn Hayes back home to Ombre Rouge, or drawn the beast to Simon to kidnap him. Moving fast, MTF Epsilon 6 began to rapidly sweep the remainder of the town, searching for any further signs that would lead them to the whereabouts of either Simon Hayes or this elusive crimson-skinned boogeyman. They interviewed residents and chased cold leads, before eventually backing their target into a corner. The Foundation's MTF operatives mapped the location of every eyewitness report of the creature, using that information to track it back to a possible point of origin. It was a barn, left abandoned, practically falling apart as it stood in a state of disrepair just outside the small Louisiana town. Under the cover of darkness, the task force approached the wooden structure, weapons locked and loaded, keeping them trained on the barn. Cautiously moving closer, remaining on high alert, the squad activated their night vision. There was a low, almost undetectable sound of movement coming from within the barn. Slowly, the MTF's leader pushed open the wooden door and peeked inside. It was there he saw what they had been looking for, the thing that had escaped the Foundation over 10 years before. SCP-3631, a man and his monster. The beast was just over 6 feet tall, its skin a bloody shade of crimson, just as some of the eyewitnesses had described. It sported a pair of arms and bipedal legs, giving it a humanoid shape. However, that was exactly where its likeness to human beings ended. The creature, later designated as SCP-3631-1, lacked ears, eyes, or a nose, only a wide gaping maw of sharp teeth. Its face was covered in holes that twitched and puckered like smaller miniature mouths. In actuality, it used these orifices for various senses. It smelled, saw, and detected sounds through the holes in its otherwise mostly featureless face. As the members of MTF Epsilon 6 entered the barn stealthily, making sure not to alert SCP-3631-1, they sighted something else. Someone else was in the barn with it. A man, not a dead victim or another monster like SCP-3631-1, but an actual living, breathing human man. MTF Epsilon 6's commander gave his squad the signal to engage. Hearing the sounds of weapons cocking around it, the creature turned and snarled, crawling on all fours like an animalistic predator. At first it reared back. It wasn't until one member of the task force approached that SCP-3631-1 retaliated, attacking the Foundation operatives in a frenzy. Following a prolonged and bloody exchange, MTF Epsilon 6 managed to subdue the creature and were able to once again return it to Foundation captivity. But this time, unlike back in 2005, they had SCP-3631-2 as well. As the red monster was prepped for transport, a survivor of the task force noticed something, an ID, perhaps a driver's license, on the man's person. The Epsilon 6 operative picked the card up, wiping away smears of blood with a gloved finger, enough to reveal a single familiar name printed on it: Simon Hayes. Before long, just like last time, the Foundation rolled back out of Ombre Rouge, leaving the Louisiana townsfolk none the wiser about what had happened there. Little did they know the red shadow hanging over their home had been lifted, but it had come at the cost of a number of disappearances that would remain unsolved. People who would never be found, families forced to go on without ever getting answers. When he was returned to the Foundation's labs, SCP-3631-2 was sent for extensive examination. Given the severity of the invasive organ transplants he'd undergone, it was impossible to tell if he was, in fact, Simon. The creature had been regularly replacing the man's internal organs on a monthly basis whenever they showed signs of decay or failing. Somehow, despite the high risk of blood loss and infection posed by this crude form of surgery, the subject had remained alive, but he was unable to speak, conscious, but showing very limited responses to stimuli. Nobody knows why the carnivorous nocturnal monster SCP-3631-1 took this man captive. In the same vein, it is unclear why the creature felt such a need to protect him, going to such lengths as hunting for replacement organs from unwilling donors. Perhaps in a grisly, twisted way, SCP-3631-1 was this man's guardian angel, or maybe more a devil on his shoulder. I wonder, is it really possible for something to be both? When they were about to face down all manner of things worse than anyone's deepest, darkest nightmares, Alex and the rest of his team did what they could to keep their spirits up. There was an old song they used to hum whenever heading on missions, the low sound of that tune giving them just a marginal boost to their morale. It never did all that much to numb the sense of impending doom the team all collectively felt, but it was better than sitting in a transport unit in silence, letting the dread get to them. Even though it had been a while since Mobile Task Force Epsilon had been dispatched on their current assignment, and they all had hummed it together as they shipped out, Alex found himself trying to remember the words to that old song. Smile through your fear and sorrow, then maybe tomorrow you'll see the sun come shining through. It was pretty hard for Alex to keep a smile on his face after losing so many of his teammates and seeing what the Grinner had done to them. The trail had gone cold again, much to the disdain of the team's commanding officer. Receiving a number of new sightings and witness reports, the SCP Foundation had sent the remaining members of MTF Epsilon, also known under the codename Tyrfing Black, out on another hunt for SCP-4910. The creature had been at large for years now, with every attempt the Foundation had made to capture it ending in grisly, gut-churning failure. 57 separate times they had sent their personnel after this anomaly on the loose, and not all of them had come back. Although Alex often found himself thinking of the ones that had returned, and seeing photos of how they had changed in the after-action reports. Not to mention the bodies. Those that made it back ended up looking virtually unrecognizable as human beings. After having seen what happened to them, maybe it was better not to know what gruesome fate had befallen the ones who were still missing in action, he told himself, keeping that train of thought private. Tracking SCP-4910 brought its own plethora of issues, naturally, or the Foundation would have secured it by now. The creature had some way of interfering with recording devices, rendering them completely useless. And of course, that meant that Tyrfing Black had little to no clue what the monster actually looked like. Given that it disrupted any and all recording equipment, including cameras and audio devices, the task force's hands were somewhat tied. It forced Alex and his teammates to try and locate it through more old-fashioned means, following up on eyewitness reports, a lot of which led them to a dead end. Every now and then, however, one of these sightings would prove to be genuine. The quickest way to tell was usually if a person living near the place where a report came in from had gone missing lately. Civilians were SCP-4910's main source of food, and a recent disappearance in the area, paired with the sighting of something large and four-legged, usually meant that the beast had come out of hiding to feed again. "All right, listen up, team," Commanding Officer Sawyer announced. With the level of militaristic speed and discipline expected of them by the Foundation, Alex and the other members of the Mobile Task Force quickly filed out of the transport and fell in, ready and waiting to receive their orders. "Now, you all know the reason why we're here." Sawyer strode back and forth, arms behind his back as he addressed what was left of his unit, 3 operatives, not including himself. "Even so, it is imperative you don't forget it either. So these are the facts. Today, the anomaly designated as SCP-4910 is still running wild. But if we have anything to say about it, then that sucker won't be running for much longer." The 3 troops gave a quick chant in agreement, although Alex kept quiet, just mouthing along. He wasn't exactly sure that they would actually ever catch up to the Grinner. So little footage of the monster even existed, meaning the team still had little to no clue what this thing was, or if they were even equipped to fight it. And then again, a huge part of him didn't want to ever find SCP-4910, knowing what it had done to the fallen former members of Mobile Task Force Epsilon. "So here's the latest," Commander Sawyer continued, silencing the team.
Approximately 12 hours ago, we received a message from one of the Foundation's field operatives. This agent has been in deep cover living in a nearby town for a number of years.
As he spoke, the commanding officer gestured down the high ridge that they had landed on. Far below, sitting in the center of a huge dip in the earth, was a small township. There was barely enough room for more than a few hundred people at most. All around this small urban center, bordering the entire town in an almost perfect circle, was a dense forest. It was ideal cover for the monster, and Alex could see on his teammates' faces that they all knew it too. With them in the town, there was no way they could cover every possible avenue of approach.
This operative, is he the one that called in the eyewitness report?
One of the team, Warren, piped up and asked.
That is correct, Agent Warren,
Sawyer confirmed.
That agent has agreed to meet us at a rendezvous a few clicks north of here. The four of us will circumnavigate the town, stick to the cover of these woods as we head out to make contact with him. From there, he'll guide us to where the creature was sighted.
The team gave little response, just a few low murmurs expressing their collective apprehension. In a strange way, Alex found it comforting that, at the very least, he wasn't the only one having some serious reservations about potentially coming face to face with SCP-4910.
Now, boys, their commander sighed. I get it. All of us have been trying to catch this freak for a long while, and we've lost a lot of good people from our unit along the way. But we are Tirfing Black, you hear me? You all know what that name means. Tirfing, as the sword from Norse mythology, cursed to kill every time it was drawn. And that's us. That is exactly what we are gonna do when we finally find this monster. For all our fallen brothers and sisters, by the time we're done with it, the Grinner will be smiling out from the other side of its ugly face. Now let's move out, double time!
With a half-hearted cheer, the squad prepared to start their hike through the forest that encircled the town. The 4 survivors of Mobile Task Force Epsilon fanned out, keeping close enough to see and hear each other, but not too close that they were clustered together. The more they huddled up, the easier it would be to take them out if the Grinner was able to get the jump on them. Although he should have been keeping his eyes forward, looking out for any tracks the creature might have left, Alex couldn't help checking over his shoulder. The sun was getting lower and lower in the sky, the day rapidly turning to night. Before long, their visibility would be compromised, severely limited by the lack of natural light. It was then he looked to his fellow team members, Warren and Jones. Besides Alex himself and the squad's commander, they were the only Tirfing Black operatives left. Warren had always been the more brash and outspoken of the group, willing to stand up and question the orders of Commanding Officer Sawyer. Alex could tell Warren was having the same worries about this plan as he was. The thick tree line gave them plenty of cover, but could also easily work to the monster's advantage, allowing it to sneak up and get the drop on the team with relative ease. But both Alex and Warren also knew that if the MTF was pushed back towards the town, they would be trapped, like fish in a barrel, just waiting to be picked off by SCP-4910. Jones was walking slightly ahead of the others, his gaze rapidly scanning back and forth across the forest before them. He was the team's most accomplished tracker, meaning he was always on the lookout for anything that could give them a better idea as to where the Grinner was heading, or if it was nearby. From scratches on tree bark, to series of inhuman, unnatural footprints belonging to a large quadruped beast, and, of course, trails of blood or bodies. If there was a sign, Jones would find it. Much like Alex, the other 2 operatives had become more than a little jaded with their ongoing hunt for the elusive entity. But on top of that, not either one of them would admit it to the others. They were scared of it too. The things this creature were capable of were enough to make anyone think twice about wanting to find it. As much to quell his own fear and sorrow, as well as that of his teammates, Alex started humming the tune to Smile, just loud enough for them to hear, but quiet enough, he hoped, to not draw any unwanted attention. It was already dark by the time Tirfing Black was beginning to approach the coordinates where they had arranged to meet the Foundation agent. Commander Sawyer had given his troops a silent hand signal, and all of them had lowered their night vision goggles affixed to their helmets. Through the fuzzy green hue of the optics, Jones was the first to spot a figure leaning against a tree, waiting for them in the distance.
"Sir,"
he whispered to Sawyer, catching his attention and then making a gesture towards the vaguely human shape in the shadows ahead of them. Looking to where Jones had pointed, Alex and Warren could see the agent waiting for them. Following their commander's lead, they paced steadily towards the undercover operative. It was only as they stepped closer that they realized he wasn't moving.
Agent Manning?
Sawyer called out to him, trying to keep his voice as hushed and low as possible. No response. Manning was still, propped up against a tree trunk. The team were a few feet from him now, while the commander stepped up to the agent and turned him around by his shoulder, only to recoil at what he saw. Manning's eyes were open but remained unblinking and lifeless. But that was far from the worst thing that had happened to his face. A huge, disproportionate grin had stretched his mouth wider than was natural. Masses of jagged, uneven teeth had taken root, pushing from under his tongue and the roof of his mouth, filling his airways with thick clusters of yellowy white enamel. There were so many new teeth sprouting from Manning's face that new, fixed and unsettling smiles had started to form, splitting open his cheeks.
Back! Back!
Sawyer told his men in an urgent, hushed whisper.
Remember, boys, we don't know how contagious this thing is.
Given they had never seen it in the flesh, that was true. All previous failed attempts at bringing in SCP-4910 had ended with victims displaying similar signs of some unknown anomalous infection. Whatever it was, it seemed to have spread from the creature itself, causing human beings to overproduce masses of teeth. This started with new clusters of dentins painfully tearing through the mouth until the victim could no longer speak or breathe properly. If given enough time, the teeth would begin forming elsewhere on the body, below the neck in places they shouldn't be. The lucky ones, not that there were many of them, had managed to get themselves medical attention soon after they had been exposed. Within an hour, maybe two at best, of an encounter with SCP-4910, there was still a chance of saving one of its victims through intensive dental surgery, but 3 or 4 hours afterward, and it would already be too late. Hearing the distant snap of a twig, Jones turned with his weapon raised, arms locked in a combat-ready stance.
Possible contact,
he declared, aiming his gun into the deep, shadowy forest. Matching his bearing and targeting the same area, Sawyer gave a hand signal to Alex and Warren, urging them to lock and load. Lifting their rifles, they covered the opposite direction, just in case someone, or something, came dashing out of the forest at them from the other direction. For a few moments, everything was still, although certainly not calm in the last part. Feeling a bead of sweat crawl down the back of his neck, Alex lifted a hand to wipe his face clean, the only sound being the low, panting breaths of the 4 MTF agents. That was when he saw a shadow move, just ahead of him, darting between the trees before vanishing from the view of his optics once again. It was at least the size of a horse, far bigger than Alex had expected, and able to move around astonishingly fast on its 4 legs.
Movement this side,
he announced, alerting his teammates.
It's toying with us,
Sawyer muttered.
With respect, how is that possible, sir?
Warren asked.
It's an animal, isn't it?
It's a hunter, Jones replied.
We need to move. Our visibility's no good with all these trees around,
the commander whispered.
On my mark, we make our way towards the town.
But sir, we'll be sitting ducks down there. It can flank us from any side,
Warren argued.
We're better off down there. At least we have streetlights to help see it coming,
Alex interjected, mainly just making an excuse to get as far away from the encroaching entity as possible.
This isn't up for discussion,
Sawyer said, taking command.
Head for the town, that's an order. On my count, 3, 2,
contact!
Jones shouted. The deafening noise and blinding muzzle flash of his weapon firing quickly followed as he sprayed bullets wildly at the shape that was barreling through the forest towards the team. Alex turned to see what was happening, only for Sawyer to yell at the top of his voice, almost drowned out by the gunfire.
Go and get out of here now!
Obeying his orders, Alex turned his heels and sprinted towards the low orange light of the nearby town, just visible at the edge of the tree line. Warren was next to him, matching his speed, their heavy tactical gear that was strapped to their bodies jostling back and forth each time one foot came down on the forest floor. Glancing back over his shoulder, Alex saw Jones had ceased fire and was running up behind them. Further back was Sawyer, with the Grinner bearing down on him. The commanding officer of Terrifying Black had his weapon raised, fingers squeezing down on the trigger. Every round he fired illuminated part of the forest for a split second. Alex couldn't make out the creature in any great detail, not while also running further and further away, increasing his distance from it. All he could make out from this far was a fleshy, quadrupedal mass galloping straight for Sawyer. He was yelling to get SCP-4910's attention, the sound of his war cries carrying over the night air. As the 3 MTF agents broke through the tree line and reached the edge of the forest, Their commander's shouts quickly turned into screams of intense pain and unspeakable horror, and then fell silent. Alex wasn't sure if the creature had attacked and eaten him, or caused more of those unnatural teeth to fill Sawyer's mouth, blocking his screams permanently. Reaching the town, every road was completely deserted, gently lit by the dim glow of orange streetlights. Tiny rural stores and independent businesses had their doors bolted tight, rolled down shutters locked up for the night, meaning hiding in one of the buildings wasn't an option. Panting, Alex leaned over and put his hands on his knees, trying desperately to catch his breath.
Now what?
Warren asked, the terror in his voice impossible to miss.
That thing's gonna be here any second.
We need to get away from here as fast as we can and then send word to the Foundation,
Alex answered, speaking between deep, breathless wheezes.
Tell them we need backup, that this thing is too dangerous for only 3 of us to take on. There may not be enough time for that,
Jones chimed in, standing a few paces away from the others. He had been staring down the long stretch of the street they had stopped at, frozen to the spot, barely moving a muscle. Both Alex and Warren turned to look in the same direction, and there it was, only a few feet away under the light of a street lamp. It was almost like SCP-4910 was waiting for them to catch their breath, intelligent enough to know its hunt wasn't yet over. Alex, having now finally gotten a better look at the monster, instantly wished he hadn't. It made him feel sick, like there was a lump lodged in the back of his throat. The Grinner stood atop 4 pink, sinewy legs, its body just a formless mass of pure musculature that looked like it had been sculpted out of the same tissue that human gums are made from. It lacked a neck, instead having a pair of massive jaws poking out between its front shoulders, a dark, marble-like eye on either side of its head. SCP-4910's wide, almost crocodilian jaws parted, showing off what had earned it the ironic nickname of the Grinner. It presented a gaping maw of crooked, uneven teeth, with more clusters of enamel protruding from its back, elbows, and head. These teeth even formed the hooves it walked on. At this distance, it was hard to tell if the sickening yellow coloring of the teeth was purely because of the streetlights, or that they had been stained and covered in plaque. Alex tried to contain a cough in his throat, his stomach feeling like it was folding over itself at the sickening sight of SCP-4910. He started spluttering, wondering if he was about to vomit, given the lingering feeling at the back of his throat, like the sensation one gets when something is forcing its way up the esophagus, but it was lodged. The feeling wasn't coming up and out of Alex's throat, it was stuck there. By now he was wheezing, desperately trying to breathe through relentless coughs. Jones kept his eyes on the creature, who was pacing slowly towards them now, keeping a distance but moving like a lion encircling its prey. Warren turned and kneeled down to Alex, slapping him hard on the back, trying to help him cough up whatever he was practically choking on. Alex's eyes started going misty, watering up as he gasped for air, still feeling that lingering feeling of being held right at the edge of being sick. In a final act of desperation, he jammed his fingers down his throat, trying to dislodge or dispel whatever was making him gag. That's when he felt it, a cluster of little, solid pieces embedded in the roof of his mouth. Teeth that hadn't been there before, hadn't grown naturally, but had just sprung out of his flesh, and more were growing. Pain filled his mouth, spreading over Alex's entire face as new jagged teeth came bursting through his gum line, overlapping with his natural set, tearing his jaw into a wide, crooked grin. Looking up through his tear-filled eyes, he could see the same uneven smile on the face of the Grinner as SCP-4910 began dashing towards its next prey.
This is impossible!
The SCP site director wasn't normally a calm or cheerful man, but the researcher had rarely seen him as angry as he was right now. His face turned a deep beet red as he scanned the documents on his desk before he asked how months of valuable research on this subject had suddenly gone blank. The data was completely gone. The researcher gulped nervously, hoping a demotion wasn't in his future, and nodded. How could this be possible? This was an experienced researcher who should have been taking all of the necessary precautions. Could the being they were studying somehow have erased all these documents himself? That's just what the researcher had been trying to find out for months, with hours and hours spent trying to learn the extent of its abilities.
Well, where are they?
the site director asked.
I want everything you have!
The researcher dropped a printout of their research on the mysterious subject's abilities on the director's desk. Every relevant line read, "Data lost." The director let out a deep sigh. He wanted to hear everything the researcher knew. Well, everything he could remember, at least, from the beginning. The researcher sat down and began to relay everything he could about SCP-343, which some of the other researchers had started to refer to by the nickname God. SCP-343 was first sighted in Prague, just an unassuming older man wandering the streets. He seemed completely normal to everyone who passed him by, until he decided he was tired of staying on the ground. An SCP agent stationed in the area noticed the old man disappear from the streets, as if he was blinking out of existence, only to appear on a rooftop nearby. The local SCP teams were marshaled, and they had soon tracked down what seemed to be a very powerful specimen. But SCP-343 didn't seem concerned. He reacted calmly when detained by the Foundation and went with them willingly. He was detained in a standard holding cell for interrogation and examination, but he seemed completely at ease with his sudden confinement. It would soon become clear that this ordinary old man was anything but. Drs. Beck and Nidlovu was brought in to consult on the SCP's classification, and that's when the first anomalies began. Their assessments matched initially, but when it came time to describe him physically, things took a strange turn. Older male, seemingly nondescript and with no unusual physical features. Caucasian in appearance. Dr. Nidlovu was confused by what Dr. Beck was describing in his report. This man was clearly black. The two doctors quarreled, unable to square their differing perceptions. They decided to bring in a third impartial view to settle it, their fellow researcher Dr. Wan. She didn't take long before coming back with her assessment. Older male, seemingly nondescript and with no unusual physical features, Asian in appearance, possibly Chinese. Whatever SCP-343 was, he seemed to be perceived by each staff member as close in appearance to their own race. But that was only the start of the anomalies surrounding the old man in the holding cell. Dr. Beck started making regular visits to the mysterious man, and in their first interview, he asked the old man who he was and how he came by his abilities. The old man had a simple response. "I created the universe." Dr. Beck stifled a laugh and decided to indulge the old man's delusion. It was a fascinating claim, but could he prove it? Without another word, SCP-343 got up from his chair, laughed, and turned around and walked through the solid wall in the holding cell and disappeared. Dr. Beck was about to hit the panic button and marshal the facility's security to find him when the strange man reappeared, walking through the solid wall. The only thing that was different? He was holding a hamburger, which he sat down and enjoyed. The facility quickly went on lockdown, and a full investigation was done into how SCP-343 breached containment. But there was no evidence of any security breach, no failures in containment, and no evidence of any other cells failing. SCP-343 hadn't broken through the security, he had just ignored it, as if it wasn't there at all. When questioned about how he had gone on his hamburger run, he simply repeated his belief that he was God, in between bites of his fast food treat. This would be far from the only time strange things happened around SCP-343. SCP containment cells are as secure as they need to be, but even the least strict containment isn't known for its decor, which is why Dr. Beck was in for a surprise the next time he paid visit to SCP-343. The bare-bones cell now looked like a comfortable home, decorated in Old English fashions. The scientists assumed that SCP-343 had been making many more trips out of his cell to get accessories to feel more at home. But that didn't explain all the changes to the cell. No one could explain how he had installed a roaring fireplace in the containment cell, and everyone who entered could swear the cell looked many times bigger than any other cell in the facility. SCP-343 wasn't just breaking containment. He now seemed to be breaking the laws of physics in the facility. The rules of the SCP containment facility didn't seem to be a concern to SCP-343, but there was one thing he didn't seem to want to do: escape. After every sudden exit, he would always return to his personal cell and treat it as his home. When interviewed by staff members, he was polite but vague, and everyone seemed to enjoy talking to him. It was decided to keep him on site, not attempt to increase his security, but restrict access and keep his room guarded at all times to ensure only researchers with level 3 access and above were allowed to meet with him. But God works in mysterious ways. Minimal Security Site-17 was one of the least restrictive SCP containment sites, hosting anomalies that could be safely contained and weren't likely to mount violent escapes. But as in every SCP facility, security was still taken seriously, and only those with proper clearance could interact with the subjects. So why did SCP-343 seem impossible to guard? While only level 3 clearance and above were allowed in, the guards assigned to protect the entrance all seemed to fall down on the job. Security Officer James, who was supposed to be keeping people out of SCP-343's cell, had instead let in multiple visitors, in addition to dropping in several times himself. When questioned on why he had gone against orders and done so, he simply replied that 343 seemed lonely and was so happy every time he got company that it just seemed like the right thing to do. The security guard was reassigned and new ones were brought in, but history repeated itself. Guards were given stricter instructions to minimize exposure, but SCP-343's presence always seemed to influence them anyway. His containment cell was a revolving door, with staff members at the facility entering regularly for friendly conversations. Dr. Beck decided it was time to take matters into his own hands. He would meet with SCP-343 one-on-one and express how dangerous these security breaches were. He would try to convince the mysterious being that he needed to stop influencing the minds of the guards watching him, or the facility would have to look into new measures to contain him. Dr. Beck entered the containment cell and had a long conversation with SCP-343, and when he emerged, he had a big smile on his face, like he had just finished a reunion with an old friend. He gave the current guard a friendly clap on the back and told him not to worry so much about security. After all, nothing bad was going to happen from letting people at the facility visit SCP-343, right? He wasn't dangerous in any way. He also said that security should bring him anything he requests so he would feel less need to leave his cell. Minimal Security Site-17 soon became a model SCP facility, with morale being the highest of any site, with most giving the credit to the presence of SCP-343. Employees generally make daily visits to his chamber, and he seems to have an encyclopedic knowledge of anything they want to talk about, including things he should have no way of knowing. Guards no longer quit their posts or break protocol, as their only real duty is to keep track of who meets with SCP-343, so they can be interviewed and debriefed after. Everyone's conversation is different, but they all report being in a better mood after leaving than when they came in. No further information is available on SCP-343's origins, the full extent of his powers, or whether he is telling the truth about being the god who created the universe. The site director rubbed his temples after hearing the researcher's explanation.
So what you're telling me is that we have an uncontained, highly powerful SCP that has not only been breaking containment whenever it wants, but has managed to destroy all the files regarding the research on it.
The researcher's answer was yes. However, the situation at Site-17 seemed to be stable, and they had come up with a plan that should help to maximize the positive effect SCP-343 has on the facility. They were even hypothesizing that staff from other sites and even certain anomalies could be pacified by 343's presence. The site director wasn't impressed though. He wanted the researcher to go back to the drawing board and redo the research. After all, if all the files were blank, how could they ever learn how to properly contain it? That's what the C in SCP stood for after all, containment. The researcher finally had to stand to the director though, and told them that it wasn't a good idea, that they had already tried everything to contain SCP-343, but that it wasn't that he broke containment. It was as if he didn't even acknowledge that an attempt had been made to contain him.
He was omnipotent, aware of things he shouldn't, and able to do things that broke the laws of physics without breaking a sweat.
There was no evidence that this was God, the creator of the universe as he claimed to be, but there also wasn't any evidence yet to conclusively prove he wasn't. The researcher's best guess was that this was a powerful reality bender whose abilities knew no limits, and that the only reason he was staying in the facility was because he wanted to, and doing anything to change that might cause him to change his benevolent ways. The director sighed. As much as he hated to admit it, his researcher was making good points. He wanted to meet SCP-343 personally, but did he need to know anything first?
Well, sir,
The researcher replied.
he likes hamburgers, but beyond that, he'll take care of the rest. He's right there where we left him, in his home, waiting for his next guest.
The SR-47 sniper rifle slotted together effortlessly. Even after so many years of combat usage, the weapon was in pristine condition. In all the time Agent Harris had owned the gun, though, the thousands of times she'd fired it, not once had it jammed. And that was fortunate, because she had to move quickly. In a clearing about 300 meters in front of her were their targets. Capable of teleporting in a split second, she needed to be sure that her team would be able to finish the job quickly and efficiently. She looked through the scope slotted onto her rifle and kicked out the bipod, resting it on a tree stump. Now she just had to wait for the signal. She looked all around the marsh, trying her best to spot her fellow agents, but they were also well camouflaged. Even though she knew the exact spot where they would be, she couldn't see anyone. She'd always wanted to see the Himalayas. It had been on her bucket list to climb Mount Everest as a child, but the world had changed since then. Mount Everest was gone. In fact, the majority of Nepal had vanished, replaced by an enormous marsh full almost exclusively of pink ferns and droopy trees that seemed to sag to one side, unable to support their own weight. The most striking natural wonder on planet Earth had been replaced by a landscape that was flat, wet, and alien. Agent Harris curled her finger around the trigger and took aim through her sights. 2 minutes passed. Then the gentle whistle of a sparrow drifted over to her in the humid air. Except, of course, it couldn't be a sparrow. To the best of her knowledge, sparrows had gone extinct. With a snarl of anger, Agent Harris squeezed the trigger. She felt the silent sniper rifle kick her shoulder. If they wanted war, they sure as hell would get it. The destruction of the world began in 2078. Its designation was SCP Orange-A. And as often happens with these kind of things, no one saw it coming. The SCP Foundation, having dedicated decades to researching potential world-destroying events, was totally blindsided by what happened the day the weasels showed up. Weasels, you ask? That's right. But before we explain, a question for you. Is something interfering with your happiness or preventing you from achieving your goals? Regardless if you have a clinical mental health issue like depression or anxiety, or if you're just a human who lives in this world who is going through a hard time, therapy can give you tools to approach your life in a very different way. And that's why I'm excited to tell you about today's sponsor, BetterHelp. BetterHelp's mission is to make therapy more affordable and more accessible, and this is an important mission because finding a therapist can be really hard, especially when you're limited to the options in your area. BetterHelp is a platform that makes finding a therapist easier because it's online, it's remote, and by filling out a few questions, BetterHelp can match you to a professional therapist in as little as a few days. It's easy to sign up and get matched with a therapist. There's a link in my description. It's betterhelp.com/SCP Explained. Clicking that link helps support this channel, but it also gets you 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can connect with a therapist and see if it helps you. And because finding a therapist is a little like dating, if you don't really fit with that therapist, which is a common thing with therapy, you can easily switch to a new therapist at no additional cost without stressing about insurance, who's in your network, or anything like that. So if you're struggling, consider online therapy with BetterHelp. Click the link in the description or visit betterhelp.com/SCP Explained. Thank you again, BetterHelp, for supporting this channel. And now, as we were saying about the weasels, a man called Harlan Stump was the first human to make contact with the weasels. He was the groundskeeper at Site 59. Harlan was making his usual weekly trips around the perimeter of the courtyard on his ride-along lawnmower, watching baseball on his phone all the way when, out of nowhere, the aliens appeared. Just 2 meters in front of him, a squadron of 11 weasels materialized. The weasels, designated SCP Orange-B, stand at a minimum of 3 meters tall. With 16 legs and an exoskeleton carapace, they share a resemblance with terrestrial insects. Their bodies are segmented, composed of a head, primary thorax, secondary thorax, tertiary thoracic cloister, abdomen, and tail. With a hard segmented shell covering their backs and no apparent sensory organs, aside from a radula on their heads, they are an intimidating presence. Most striking about them, however, is the most delicate part of their appearance. On their backs, each weasel has an array of flora growing in a kind of garden. It appears that each weasel has a different array of flowers growing from their backs. Understanding the meaning of these gardens can be difficult. but it appears the more extravagant it is, the higher ranking the individual weasel is. The 11 weasels that appeared before Harlan's stump each had a very vibrant garden indeed, but no more so than the weasel held aloft in an ornate palanquin. Harlan Stump stopped mowing and stared at the aliens for approximately 13 seconds, at which point he let out a sigh, pressed play on his baseball game, and continued mowing the lawn. He spent too many years groundskeeping Site-59 to get spooked by anything as harmless as giant teleporting insects. Just 3 more weeks and he would be retired. Until then, he was avoiding nonsense like the plague. Except his phone had disappeared. Harlan stared down at the empty space, confusion knitting his eyebrows together, before looking up and seeing the handset in the hands of the alien sitting on its regal throne. The smartphone made a loud screeching noise, and then all of a sudden began to flick between snippets of YouTube videos, each clip lasting just a couple of seconds. After a moment, Harlan realized that the alien was using the videos to speak to him. The words were being picked out from all these different videos to stitch together a sentence. Barely.
Hi diddly ho, neighborinos!
This is Foundation. Reports indicate Foundation is locally the masters of the universe. Isn't that right, darling? Question mark. Keen to finish his mowing and avoid further nonsense, Harlan had to concede that he should probably talk to these aliens, if only to get his phone back. He told them he liked the gardens on their backs. Why, thank you! Gardening is kind of our thing. Well, quick question. Is your species capable of dying? Harlan gulped. He'd been around long enough to see where this was going. The conversation was brief. Harlan kept glancing at his phone, desperately hoping that these aliens hadn't somehow broken it, and that it hadn't lost his place in the match, until all of a sudden, Harlan's stump disappeared, as did his ride-on lawnmower, his smartphone, and a patch of lawn, replaced by a roughly 10-meter circle of Antarctic ice and snow. No one is certain yet how the weasels are able to do it. All that is known is that they can. The phenomenon came to be known as juxtaposing. Matter from one location could be instantaneously switched with matter from a different location. It is how the weasels first arrived on planet Earth, triggering the event of SCP-001 Orange-A. Orange-A lasted for just 2 hours, but it changed the course of humanity forever. On the 29th of April, 2078, 48.52% of the Earth's habitable surface area dematerialized and rematerialized half a kilometer above the South Pole. Cities and towns from all across planet Earth, one by one, disappeared and reappeared in the air above the South Pole, where they promptly fell 500 meters, causing back-to-back seismic events. Washington, D.C., Beijing, and London were targeted first, followed by Tokyo, Delhi, and then a number of capital cities from Europe. This 2-hour window resulted in freak weather events as minus 50-degree pockets of air, kilometers across, replaced the disappearing cities. It is disputed as to who launched the first nuclear warhead, whether it was done by accident, out of fear, or as a strategic attack against a group of weasels. Orange-A was simply too chaotic and destructive for humanity ever to be able to know what happened in that short period of time. The result, however, was a number of nuclear explosions raging across the planet before the cities in charge of launching them were also transported to the South Pole. While the weasels were capable of experiencing juxtaposition without any apparent physical harm, terrestrial life forms were less fortunate. During the process of juxtaposition, the bonds between each and every cell are broken. While organic life does get transported to the new location, it undergoes immediate liquefaction. Not a single Earth-born life form has been observed surviving a juxtaposition event. In that 2-hour window, 6.9 billion people were killed. Humanity had lost. This event triggered the use of Project Yellow, an emergency evacuation protocol that occurs at the point where the survival of the human race seems to be virtually zero. A small band of specially chosen individuals were evacuated to a pocket dimension, where they were put into cryosleep to wait until the Earth was habitable once again. In the days following the events of Orange-A, the true invasion began. Choosing the Sahara Desert as their arrival point, the weasels started to appear in legions. Millions and millions of them filled the desert sands and went about populating their new planet. But what was their purpose? Well, fortunately, we have been able to salvage a modest amount of data that can inform us of why they're here and what their plans are. The weasel that first appeared to Harlan's stump just outside Site-59 has been designated SCP Orange Prime. It is believed that this weasel, in particular, is their leader. Whether Prime is simply the leader of this colony or the wider species is yet to be confirmed. Security cameras were able to capture the interaction as it took place within Site-59's grounds. In their conversation, Orange Prime explains their purpose to Harlan through YouTube clips on his phone. Long story short, weasels have come from Homeworld Dimension for fulfill a long-standing mutual agreement with Grandma. This is one of many new homes. This is a pretty nice place for weasels. This land is my land, from California to the New York Islands, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for weasels to garden, to farm, to create beauty, to spread good vibes, to cultivate, to remake, to terraform, etc., etc. Since this encounter, no human has been able to get close enough to Orange Prime to engage the weasel in further conversation. This snippet of footage is all that humanity has to understand why this alien species has slaughtered billions of us. 4 months later, Agent Harris lay flat in the marshlands, firing her sniper rifle at the weasels gathering in a clearing ahead of them. Their operation looked like overkill. It always did. It was of utmost importance that they strike quickly and without mercy. Sustained heavy gunfire from all sides, combined with RPG fire and the use of incendiary weapons, made short work of the weasels. All of these weapons were necessary to pierce the heavy armor that covered their backs. But that was the reason it felt like overkill. It felt that way because the weasels never fought back. They would not attack, defend themselves, help their fallen allies, or even beg for their lives. They would simply stand idly by as they were gunned down. That is, until the incendiary grenades arrived. The pink ferns filling the marshlands caught fire and began to curl and smoke heavily. As soon as that happened, the weasels sprung into action, quickly splashing water onto the leaves, trying their best to save the plants. The incendiary grenades were not necessary. They did very little damage to the weasels themselves. The reason the platoons used the grenades was that it was one way they had found to distress their alien invaders in any way. It was a small revenge they could take for the billions of people who had lost their lives over the prior few months. Agent Harris pumped 5 extra shots into the corpse of a weasel before standing down and going to examine her handiwork. They had been hunting Orange Prime. Rumors had suggested that their primary target had been lurking in the Himalayan region, but that had obviously proven to be false. Among all the bodies on the ground, there was no sign of the fearless leader. Frustration boiled in Harris as she kicked a corpse. The thick shell hurt her foot. She must have broken her toe. At that moment, a rustling noise came from the other side of the trees. Soon, dozens more, hundreds more weasels were walking through the marsh. In a split second, her platoon opened fire. Tracer rounds lashed through the trees, and the orange glow of fire danced in every direction. But there were more weasels, many more of them. Agent Harris felt her stomach knot as she fired her rifle into the crowd. There were too many, simply too many. They were going to run out of ammo before they had a chance to shoot down each and every one of them. And she was right. The firefight lasted for 30 minutes before the remaining soldier ran out of ammunition. Dozens of weasel bodies littered the marsh, floating in the water. Dozens more weasels stood encircling the group. That's when the humming started. Whenever a juxtaposition event occurs, it is always accompanied by the weasels humming to themselves. It is unclear whether this is the cause of the juxtaposition or simply a ritual that they perform, but every soldier has come to know that sound, and each one of them fears it in the pit of their stomach. So they started to disappear all around her one by one, replaced by puffs of cold air with snowflakes still gently hanging in the breeze. The human population of planet Earth dwindled as the weasel population bloomed. Large swaths of the planet were terraformed one by one to make room for alien flora. The South Pole became a larger and larger dumping ground for all the detritus that had once been the most celebrated works of the human race. The Mona Lisa was torn and forgotten, buried under many kilometers of concrete, exposed sewage works, and apartment complexes. And the situation only got worse in October. Acting against prior instructions from the Foundation, the Global Occult Coalition launched Project Popco, a 200-megaton nuclear warhead, directly at a large weasel population center. As the warhead began its descent, the entire sky turned a solid dark blue. Project Popco immediately fell out of contact, as did all satellites that had been orbiting the planet. The sun, moon, and stars could not be seen. The entire sky was just a uniform dark blue. In a desperate attempt to find out what was going on, the Foundation launched a manned rocket in the direction of Popco's most recent coordinates. Contact with the rocket was lost after just 9 minutes. This is the most recent known account of events from inside that rocket. All of a sudden, just a few minutes into the flight, warning alarms started going off all over the cockpit. The radar was picking up a solid object blocking their path. Gathering around the readouts, the crew came to a very quick conclusion that the dark blue that had been filling the sky was actually a solid object that was encasing the Earth. But rather than abort the mission, the crew decided to persevere. Having witnessed so much death and destruction over the previous year, they knew they would much rather go out and crashing a rocket into a blue wall than join the billions of humans liquefied in a pile in Antarctica. Closing their eyes, bracing for impact, the crew readied themselves for their now inevitable deaths, but it didn't come. Instead, the rocket was able to force its way through the dense blue object, falling apart as it went. Ground control lost contact with the ship. Nothing. And then a few seconds of audio. The crew had made it. They had somehow managed to pierce their way through the blue shell that was surrounding their planet and were out into, not space, the Earth. The entire planet had been juxtaposed. Willkommen! Bienvenue! Welcome to an exclusive behind-the-scenes look at Heaven. Given how wild and unpredictable the world can be, wouldn't life be so much easier if we could see into the future? Imagine being able to look ahead and know what good or bad thing is about to come around the corner. If times have been hard for you, knowing you've got something worth looking forward to might give you just enough willpower to keep going. Or if there's a storm on the horizon, then at least you would have enough time to prepare. Unfortunately, being able to glimpse at future events is a power that only a few, if any of us, are blessed with. Ask a cynic, and they might tell you that seeing the future is an ability reserved for scammers and con artists at fairgrounds, or selling out magic shows in Las Vegas. All people just trying to make a quick buck by telling their paying customers what they want to hear. You can't part the cloudy veil that hangs over the future for free, after all. And then there are fortune cookies, those crispy, sugary treats you crack open after a meal, usually containing a piece of paper with some pre-written generic aphorism or a vague prophecy. If a human being can't look into the future, then surely those ambiguous predictions printed on tiny slips of paper and left inside of fortune cookies could never be accurate, right? Sage was one of those cynics. Sure, some might argue he had every right to be, having fallen on some pretty hard times. Things weren't exactly running smoothly, and his life certainly had not taken the direction that he hoped it would. The trouble had started when, quite unexpectedly, his landlord had raised the rent on his apartment. Sage had been struggling to make ends meet at work already, and the increase in those monthly payments meant his hands were tied. Eventually, he had no choice but to move out, forced by the increase in rent to leave the apartment he had once called home. The one saving grace was that his friends, Ash and Joey, had offered him a place to stay, as long as Sage could throw them a little bit of money to cover their own rent. It was way less than his old landlord was asking for. However, even that came with the unfortunate downside, the caveat that Sage would have to sleep on their couch instead of having his own room. Sure, not the worst thing in the world, but it does beat the floor. But for Sage, it was far from an ideal living situation. To try and lessen the blow of having to leave the independence and privacy of his own place, Joey and Ash had decided amongst themselves to throw a little celebratory dinner. But of course, the key oversight to their plan was that neither of them were all that great at cooking, mostly surviving on either ordering and delivery from local fast food places, or anything that only needed a quick nuking in the microwave in order to make edible. All the same, Ash was adamant that their lack of culinary know-how wasn't going to stand in their way. He and his fellow roommate were going to lay on a slap-up feast for their down-on-his-luck friend, Sage. The only way they knew how, by ordering takeout. "It's food," he remarked, a little lost for words after having seen his two new roommates excitedly yelling "surprise" at him the moment he walked through the door. "Not just any food," Joey replied, grinning like a maniac. "It's welcome to the apartment food." "You wanted to celebrate me sleeping on your couch," Sage said, staring at the mountains of white paper oyster pails on the table with red mandarin lettering. and ancient temples painted on the sides. By ordering Chinese food, he added with confusion. Look, you've been going through it, man. Ash cut in, explaining things that Sage already knew. So we figured this might lift your spirits. Check it out, we've got it all here, man. Dumplings, noodles, the works. And for after, he produced a small box, the brand named La Choy, emblazoned on its surface. Inside were 12 fortune cookies, all individually wrapped for freshness, as the writing on the box boasted. Hey, maybe you'll get some good news from one of these, Joey smiled, pointing at the box. Thanks, guys, Sage eventually said, chuckling quietly to himself. He had to admit, what his friends were trying to do for him, albeit a little excessive, came from a place of good intentions. Little did any of them know, it was about to change the very course of their lives, their fortunes, forever. Nearly 2 hours and several pounds of greasy Chinese takeout later, the trio of roommates were starting to wonder whether or not this feast had been a good idea. What had started as an innocent meal now had them all feeling a little queasy, having eaten so much food that they were questioning their life choices. And still with a few oyster pails half full of leftover food. Throwing out the empty paper containers and leaving the rest in the fridge, Sage sat back on the sofa, groaning in tandem with his friends and cursing himself for having a third helping of the chili beef. Oh, damn, I almost forgot, Joey said weakly, reaching for the box of fortune cookies. Opening it, he offered it to Sage, who immediately put up his hands to refuse. No way, if I eat another thing, I swear I might have a heart attack, he said. We don't actually have to eat them, Ash interjected, picking up one of the plastic-wrapped cookies at random. You only open them for the fortunes anyway. Right, and I guess one of these cookies is going to tell me that everything happens for a reason, or to keep my head up, or some other vague, non-specific prediction, Sage replied, making no attempt to mask his sarcasm. Come on, man, Joey urged, taking a cookie for himself before thrusting the box into Sage's hands. Sure, they're never perfectly accurate, but it's just a bit of fun. Besides, it's all down to how you interpret your fortune. You aren't meant to take it literally. With a cynical sigh, Sage gave in and grabbed one of the remaining fortune cookies, tearing open the plastic packaging surrounding it in time with Ash and Joey doing the same. He then snapped the yellow, sugary shell in two. A tiny piece of paper was concealed within, with an inscription printed on one side in blue ink. But before he had a chance to read it, Joey, who was sitting next to him and had done just the same, recited his own fortune out loud. Buy a ticket, trust your instinct, and the numbers will come, he read. No way that's what it says, Ash argued. I'm not kidding, Joey protested. Let me guess, the other side reads, this fortune was sponsored by the state lottery, Sage joked. Indignantly, Joey held up his fortune to his friends' faces, letting them read for themselves what he had already repeated aloud. Being far from a betting man, Joey had hardly ever made as little as a friendly low-stakes wager, let alone taking the chance on playing either the state lottery or a national one like the Powerball. The odds of winning just seemed like they were stacked too high, and yet something about just how specific this fortune was made Joey feel compelled to maybe give it a try, considering taking a chance and playing against those odds by buying himself a ticket. My turn, Ash announced, excitedly unfolding her own paper fortune and clearing her throat. Keep your light on. The person you're looking for will be here soon. Even someone as cynical as Sage had to admit there was something very strange about how detailed these fortunes had been. Or seemed to be, at least. Part of him thought maybe that was part of their gimmick, making the text on the paper that little bit less vague and generic than the other ones found in other cookies, so that people would find it easier to believe they were an accurate prediction of the future. But then again, it did seem like a strange coincidence. Sage knew that Ash had been trying to get back into the dating scene, but was having little luck on the more popular apps for meeting new people. Still, it's not like the prediction on that little piece would actually come true, nor would Joey's. But if nothing else, the least it could do was inspire a little hope in the pair of them. Sage looked down at his own fortune, part of him secretly wanting there to be another optimistic message written on the paper. After all, he needed a little boost in that department, even if it was just for tonight. Printed in blue ink were 3 short words. Look both ways, Sage read, immediately feeling his heart drop in disappointment. That one sounds way vaguer, Joey commented, highlighting the obvious. Well, we can't all pick the nice fortunes, Sage retorted, crunching the tiny slip of paper up in his hand and stuffing it into his back pocket. They're all just randomly generated anyway. There are probably a million fortunes out there that are all worded exactly the same as ours. It's not like any of these will come true anyway. Falling asleep on the couch later that night, Sage had no idea just how wrong he was about to be proven. Almost to the same degree, he had little clue as to what his fortune had actually meant, but would only realize when it was too late. Over the course of the following few months, a lot seemed to be happening in the lives of Sage's two friends, and by contrast, very little was changing in his own life. The first surprise came when Ash had met a new flame, a girl by the name of Sky. In Sage's head, it was just a fling, not something he expected to last, although he would think twice about saying it out loud so as to not upset his roommate. But to his surprise, Ash seemed to be utterly smitten with her newfound relationship. The pair of them were happy, the very textbook definition of head over heels for one another. Both Sage and Joey were quick to voice their support, but seeing what Ash's fortune cookie had predicted actually coming to pass got the latter of them thinking. Had that just been a lucky coincidence? Was it just a case of right place, right time? Joey wasn't entirely convinced, despite Sage telling him otherwise. As far as he was concerned, it was all just down to timing and confirmation bias. Something that was impossible to predict or foresee had happened that had just so happened to coincide with what they had read in their fortune cookies. But for his friend, it seemed an awful lot like the fortune Ash had picked was 100% accurate, which meant he could be too. On top of that, Joey couldn't help but wonder, had the fortunes inside the cookies predicted what was already going to happen? Or did reading those predictions make them become a reality? Eager to find out if his own fortune cookie had been telling the truth, Joey decided to make a spontaneous venture on his way home from work. While riding the subway, he opened up the website for the Powerball and went about purchasing a ticket. The minimum bet was only a few dollars, but if his cookie prophecy was really a guaranteed accurate forecast of the future, then Joey was in for good fortune in every literal sense of the word. His paper slip had told him to put faith in his own instincts, and so with trembling hands he input a series of numbers, going with the first ones that popped into his head. Getting back to the apartment that night, Joey's heart was racing, and he made sure to let the others know about it. Barely able to contain his excitement, the pure, unfiltered nervousness his friend was exhibiting quickly became unbearable to Sage. The draw for the Powerball was fast approaching at the end of the week, although he was getting sick of Joey claiming his numbers were sure to be called and pondering out loud what he would spend the prize money on. Sage's cynicism still prevented him from believing that his friend was going to win, despite having witnessed Ash's fortune come true already. It wasn't until it happened right in front of his eyes that Sage started to realize just how wrong he might have been. The night of the draw, the three roommates, plus the new love of Ash's life, were gathered around the TV. All of them, apart from Sage, were glued to the screen, barely breathing. The apartment was so quiet, you could hear a pin drop, the silence only broken by Sage occasionally piping up. "Watch, it's not actually going to come true," he would assert, not intending to put a downer on the proceedings, but merely trying to encourage Joey to manage his expectations. The other three shushed him. The numbers were about to be called. Gripping his ticket in one hand, the paper slip containing the fortune in the other, Joey felt his pulse rising, heart bumping against his chest. He wasn't sure if it was out of excitement or nerves. In fact, it was more likely an even blend of both. On the screen, the multicolored balls were pulled one by one out of a spinning chamber, each one marked with a different number. Slowly, the first was revealed to the audience. Joey, Ash, and her partner Sky could hardly contain their excitement when they saw that it was the same as the first number Joey had picked out. It was only when the second number was called and the others once again yelped in excitement so loudly that Sage looked up from his phone and took notice. Before his very own eyes, he watched as each number that the Powerball presenter unveiled was met with a chorus of more and more excited whooping from his friends. They were all a perfect match for Joey's numbers, every single one. He had won a huge sum of money exactly as the fortune cookie had alluded to. Even for someone as skeptical and disbelieving of predicting the future, it was hard for Sage to deny that both of his roommates' fortunes had come true. In fact, it was especially hard to be cynical about it after watching firsthand as Joey won the Powerball by trusting his instincts, which boiled down to him literally picking the first numbers that randomly came into his head. But given how specific both Joey's and Ash's personal prophecies had been, compared to how vague his own was, Sage didn't know if what his slip of paper had said was a promise of good things to come or an ominous warning. It also didn't help that he just couldn't nail down what it meant. Look both ways. For weeks and weeks on end, he mulled the phrase over in his head. It didn't make sense for it to be completely literal, leading Sage to try and think of more metaphorical interpretations of his fortune. He thought maybe there was something political about it, that it might be urging him to consider both of America's two parties more equally when casting a vote, rather than just blindly ticking a box. But the next election was still years away. Meanwhile, the predictions of Ash's and Joey's fortune cookies had already come to pass in the 6 months since they had first opened them. Frustrated and looking for the exact answer behind his paper fortune, Sage was running out of ways to reinterpret those 3 words that apparently dictated his inevitable fate. But the thing that pushed him into pure desperation was the uncontrollable jealousy of witnessing just how happy his friends were after their fortunes became true. He wanted to be happy for them and tried his best to be. But seeing Ash and Sky in their blissful relationship and Joey frivolously spending his Powerball winnings on expensive clothing soon became unbearable. Having exhausted all other options, still no closer to understanding what his fortune was, Sage decided to visit the Chinese restaurant they had ordered their food from all those months ago. But his heart sank as the staff working in the restaurant told him that whatever was written in the fortune cookies didn't have any bearings in the real world. "You don't understand," Sage argued. "My friends both had their fortunes come true. I mean, the cookies we got from you predicted it almost perfectly down to the word. I just need you to tell me what mine means." I'm sorry, sir," the young man behind the counter replied, "but it must just be a coincidence. Fortune cookies can't accurately tell the future. It's more about what you believe the fortune means." Disheartened, Sage left the restaurant, his head hanging low. As he walked down the street towards the sidewalk, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Taking a look at the screen, still walking, he saw a text from Joey. He was asking if Sage had any luck asking the restaurant about his fortune cookie. Maybe if Sage had done what the fateful slip of paper had told him as he stepped off the sidewalk, then he would have seen the bus speeding down the road towards him. If you want to know the future, perhaps you should only look at your own risk. Sometimes knowing exactly what is destined to happen to you can make it impossible to avoid. A self-fulfilling prophecy, if you will. That is the warning given to any who dares to take a prediction from SCP-377. Now residing in the personnel break room at one of the SCP Foundation's sites, SCP-377 is the designation given to an anomalous box of fortune cookies. The fact that the box is seemingly capable of replenishing itself at regular intervals, refilling every 12 hours, happens to be the far less interesting thing about it. Any of the fortune cookies taken from SCP-377 are, well, the cookies themselves are completely ordinary by any and all metrics. They taste exactly as fortune cookies should, and they aren't made of any ingredients apart from those you'd expect. But somehow, without fail, every single fortune found within one of these crispy confectionery clairvoyants manages to be 100% accurate. They aren't generalized predictions for the future. Definitely. None of them have prophesized who the next winners of the World Series are going to be, or who is next in line to be president. Every fortune contained in the SCP-377 cookies are specifically tailored to the person who opens them. These fortunes have ranged from detailed foreknowledge of upcoming events and changes in someone's personal life, to vague, unspecified allusions to what lies ahead. And while always factually accurate and perfectly aligned with the future, the predictions made by these cookies are not always promises of good fortune. One researcher opened up an SCP-377 fortune cookie only to read the phrase, "It's a boy," written on the paper. Less than an hour later, his wife's water broke, and said researcher was soon welcoming his newborn baby son into the world. But another doctor was warned, "You don't have long to live," right before choking on his own cookie. Right there in the break room, that doctor suffocated, killed by the same thing that foretold of his death only moments before. It is for that reason that SCP Foundation personnel are given a warning before helping themselves to a sugary shelled treat. All staff are permitted to open a cookie from SCP-377. After all, they are safe to eat. And Foundation employees are also welcome to read their fortunes. However, they only do so at their own risk. The tiny carnivorous snowmen are relentless, sharp fangs dripping with blood as they crawl en masse towards the mobile task force, opening fire on them with their assault rifles. Who would have guessed that a mere hour or two earlier, a young boy was joyfully playing around in the snow here? How had things gone from frosty to freaky so fast? Let's rewind the clock. There was a chill in the air, that lingering, biting cold that would gnaw at your exposed skin if you dared to step outside in anything less than a thick, warm coat for protection. The ground was still coated in a heavy snowfall, a holdover from Christmas just past. weather that had refused to let up well into the early days of the new year. Everyone reaches an age where the cynicism of life, the weight of expectations that keep you anchored in the real world, they all coalesce to rob you of the childlike wonder of the snow. As you get older, the snow loses its novelty. It becomes a source of inconvenience, something that you need to shovel off the driveway to take your car out. Whereas, turn the clock back to youth, and it's like a tiny miracle. It coats your whole world in a clean blanket of freezing frost, turning the ordinary into a wonderland. Robert and Michaela Anderson were glad that their son Michael was still at an age where he could enjoy the snow. After all, Michaela getting to take her son out in his sled or seeing him hurling snowballs at Robert was able to provide them with a little bit of warmth during the freezing cold, snowier months in Missouri. Optimism was never enough to melt the snow, however, and maybe that's what drew in those creatures, the snowmen. It was early 2019, not even a full 2 weeks into the year. By now, Michael had gotten used to the fact that after Christmas and New Year's Day, a begrudging return to school would soon follow. As much as it clearly brought down his mood, nothing lifted his spirits like still getting to be out in the snow. And after a long day of helping his mom take down the tinsel and pack up the lights while his dad disposed of the tree, Michael was itching to go outside. "Please, Mom?" he begged as a box of decorations was placed back in the attic, his hands clasped together in a pleading gesture. "Please, please, please, just 5 minutes. I won't go further than the front yard." Michaela sighed, partly from exhaustion, but a smile crept onto her face. It was hard not to find her son's love for the snow endearing. "All right, but only for 5 minutes," she insisted firmly. "And I want to see gloves, hat, and a scarf, not just a coat, mister." With the speed and excitement that she and her husband had long since lost, she watched Michael race off to gather his warmest winter coat. "Remember when we were like that?" Robert heaved a sigh as he appeared from chopping up that dried-out, dehydrated remains of the Christmas tree. "No, do you?" Michaela replied with a light chuckle. Before long, Michael had donned his gloves and coat, almost a size too big. His scarf was almost wrapping up his entire head, save for the little bobble hat that poked out at the top. Robert opened up the front door, and his son stepped out into a world that had been whitewashed with clear, cold snow. Given that the Andersons lived on a small street in Grain Valley, there weren't many other people around, especially not with another flurry of snowfall moving closer in the clouds up above. But it wasn't the next snowfall that the residents of Grain Valley, Missouri should have been worrying about. It was the previous one, the one that had already fallen, and what was now hiding among the snow in the Anderson family's front yard. Having few other kids his own age to play with and not being allowed to venture too far from the front porch, Michael was content to spend his precious time outdoors making snow angels or practicing throwing snowballs. He had long been trying to get one to clear the roof of the small house he and his parents shared, leaving a few scattered patches of snow embedded on the roof shingles. A few meters from the front door stood a snowman. Granted, that was hardly a rare sight at this time of year, especially in the cold weather, but what was so unusual about it was that Michael hadn't remembered making a snowman recently. His parents hadn't let him out in the snow on his own since the start of the new year, given how badly the downfall and icy winds had been for the first week of January. Sure, somebody else could have made it, taking a pause as they passed by the Andersons' front yard, although not Michael nor either of his parents had spotted anyone doing that. The snowman itself was featureless, the white of its ice-cold body smeared with mud and dead leaves, debris that had been packed in with the snow used in its crude construction. It was featureless, too. Whoever had made it hadn't gone to the effort of giving it a face, nor draped an old scarf over it or given it a hat. It just stood there, but not like any other snowman. There was nothing welcoming about it. In fact, it was, fittingly, cold. Given how far away it stood, it was almost as if it was watching the house. Curiously, Michael began to approach the snowman. Being only 9 years old, his imagination was immediately running with the possibility that this snow and mulch construct could be alive, much akin to the likes of Frosty the Snowman. Little did young Michael Anderson know that he wasn't far away from the truth, although this particular snowman wasn't quite the happy, jolly soul from the much-covered holiday song. He hadn't got that much closer to the snowman when he heard something move nearer to where he stood. There was the rustle of leaves and the snapping of small twigs coming up from a bush next to him. Michael couldn't see what it was, but it was far too low to the ground and too close to the house for it to be a bird. Maybe a possum or raccoon had gotten trapped in the thin branches and was now scrambling to try and free itself. Diverting from approaching the snowman, he walked closer to the plant. As he did, the rustling got louder, more frantic, almost hungry. There wasn't just one creature lurking out of sight beneath the leaves, but lots of somethings. Robert and Michaela had been sitting indoors watching the TV when they heard a spine-chilling scream coming from outside. Instantly, they were both up on their feet, racing toward the front door. Robert threw it open, and Michael dashed inside in floods of fearful tears. "What happened, sweetie?" Michaela asked, concerned, brushing snowflakes from her son's coat. "Are you okay? Did you slip?" Through crying and sniffling, shaking uncontrollably with how afraid he was, Michael couldn't find the words to answer. Instead, he pointed through the still open door directly at the snowman, still standing at the edge of the front yard. "How long has that been there?" Robert wondered aloud, taking a single step outside. "Don't, Dad!" Michael screamed, but it was already too late. Something small and speedy had leaped out of the snow in the front yard and latched onto Robert's leg. He howled as he felt searing pain, bitten by rows of tiny pointed teeth, as sharp as needles and as bitterly cold as ice. Stumbling back, Robert Anderson fell over and landed on the floor in the front hallway, inadvertently carrying whatever had attacked him into his home. Both Michaela and Michael screamed in fear as the tiny creature clawed its way up Robert's leg while he swatted at it frantically, trying to brush it away before it could get closer. With a blind swipe of his hand, he knocked the creature to the floor and clambered to his feet, arms outstretched, keeping his wife and son behind him, while staring in disbelief at what had bitten him. It was barely more than half a meter tall, a tiny, white snowman. Bulbous, bloodied eyes bulged from its head, much like those of an insect. Directly between the eyes was a hole, a mouth not unlike a lamprey, lined with rows of sharp teeth that all pointed inwards. It reared up and lunged toward the Anderson family in a display of aggression that caused all three of them to jump, warily backing away from the snow creature. It was then that Robert and Michaela noticed what had frightened their son so much. Out of the corner of their eye, they both simultaneously caught the sight of the open front door and the yard beyond. Wriggling through the snow, shifting as they moved, were even more of the creatures, slithering towards the house like piranhas catching the scent of blood in the water. And standing ominously just beyond the driveway was the snowman, as if it was the general commanding its troops to storm the house. The Andersons raced upstairs as the swarm of snow creatures came spilling into the house, crawling from the yard onto the floor and piling on top of each other, like ants to climb the stairs. Naturally, Michaela's first instinct, as well as protecting her son, was to call the police. While Robert held the door to the bedroom shut, Michaela held Michael close and pleaded with the local Green Valley Police Department to come and help them. Although they only seemed to take the call seriously when Michael started screaming again. One of the snow creatures had pushed its way under the door frame and was sneaking its way towards Robert to attack him, leaving a trail of water behind it. Stepping back and thinking fast, Robert grabbed a hairdryer and switched it on full blast. The sudden rush of electrically heated air caused the toothy snow creature to retreat into a corner. Refusing to let up, Robert got closer and kept the hairdryer trained on it, eventually causing the creature to melt, until little more was left than a damp puddle. But the victory was momentary. There were still more of them crawling up the stairs after the Andersons. With their sharp teeth, they were gnawing at the wood of the bedroom door, trying to force their way inside. Fortunately for Robert, Michaela, and their son Michael, they wouldn't be able to recall the horrific events of January 12, 2019 for much longer. By the time the local police arrived, it had become clear to the officers responding that they were well out of their depth, especially when one of them was injured, suffering a bite from a snow creature. That was what led the SCP Foundation being called in, and within 15 minutes, they had dispatched mobile task force operatives to secure the anomaly. Being some of the Foundation's most highly trained agents, it didn't take long for the MTF to neutralize the carnivorous snow creatures. However, they quickly realized that the mysterious snowmen that had seemingly spawned the swarm could not be melted by any conventional means, nor would it deteriorate naturally on its own. A cover story was issued that Michael had suffered an accident and fallen down an open pothole that had become obscured by heavy snowfall. As a result, police officers were dispatched to help him, although the injury sustained by one officer due to a bite from a snow creature was never explained. Following this, the Anderson family was administered amnestics, meaning they quickly forgot about the whole terrifying ordeal. Maybe it was for the best, however. Young Michael seemed irreparably changed. He never went out to enjoy the snow again, repeatedly suffering from nightmares about the cold. Meanwhile, the anomalous snowman was recovered and thus designated as SCP-4230. Immediately, the SCP Foundation did as their organization does best and commenced testing, with a human subject, no less. They quickly discovered that SCP-4230 seemed to generate a sort of field around itself that could trigger a distinctive physiological change in any human being or animal that came within 6 meters of the snowman. This process became known under the designation of SCP-4230-1. It appeared that Michael Anderson had managed to unknowingly escape this fate purely by not getting too close to SCP-4230, staying just far enough away so as not to trigger SCP-4230-1. The Foundation placed D-19375, a member of their D-Class personnel, within this 6-meter radius of the snowman, and observed the gradual changes he underwent over the following week. For simplicity's sake, we'll refer to D-19375 as Frost, a rather fitting moniker, and you'll soon see why. Within a day of exposure to the snowman, Frost complained to a senior researcher that he felt a lot colder than usual, although he exhibited no other observable symptoms beyond the coughing and sniffling of a common cold. By the following day, Frost was far worse for wear, appearing to have lost significant body mass to the point where he'd appeared to have been malnourished. His cold-like symptoms had continued, accompanied by disorienting dizziness, and as if all that wasn't bad enough, his skin tone had seemingly lost its natural pigment, reduced to an unnaturally pale shade, as white as snow. Day 3 saw Frost's body continue to change rapidly at an alarming rate. He was internally producing an unknown chemical that looked to be responsible for enacting certain alterations, namely the dissolving of his femur and fibula. The cold and dizziness were also now made all the worse by the addition of pain to the man's lower body. Frost even reported to Foundation researchers studying him that every movement he was able to make caused him to suffer extreme levels of physical pain. But yet, rather than attempt to cure his condition, the Foundation apathetically observed, noting down the process of SCP-4230-1. Within 5 days of exposure to SCP-4230, naturally occurring substances within Frost's body had traveled downwards and solidified. This was followed by the most shocking stage of the SCP-4230-1 process so far, and one that made the Foundation realize that these weren't just changes, it was a transformation. When Day 5 saw Frost's skeleton physically reshaping itself, his head becoming a sphere and his arms extending outwards like brittle twigs, it soon became clear what was happening to him. He was turning into a snowman. Rendered immobile and blind, a week after SCP-4230-1 began to take effect, Frost had started to secrete an unknown substance. This liquid lowered his body temperature, freezing almost instantly, and turning his skin into an icy white mass, worryingly similar to snow. Sure enough, on the 8th day, the extent of the SCP-4230-1 process was made evident. Frost had already perished, his body now looking identical to a plain, featureless snowman. No eyes or face, just a blank, cold slate. But underneath the outer layer of snow, Frost's bones and the rest of his organs were still contained inside. From the outside, though, he wasn't even human anymore. Just an instance of what became known as SCP-4230-A. However, being turned into another snowman by close proximity to SCP-4230 wasn't even the worst part. By now, you might be wondering, what were those snow creatures that attacked the Andersons? You'd be forgiven for thinking that perhaps these were rodents or other wild animals affected by SCP-4230-1. After all, testing has shown that the process doesn't just alter human physiology, but these carnivorous needle-toothed creatures are known as SCP-4230-Bs. And they are nasty little critters, to say the least. When a person or animal is turned into a snowman during SCP-4230-1, becoming one of these instances is far from the full extent of the transformation. The tests the Foundation conducted on Frost, and presumably on numerous other D-Class personnel as well, led to them discovering the further alterations made when someone becomes an SCP-4230-A instance. Their freezing, snow-encased bodies become hosts for white, spherical eggs. After a subject like Frost becomes an SCP-4230-A snowman, These eggs will hatch within 72 hours, producing up to 19 instances of SCP-4230-B creatures. The Foundation was quick to examine these bizarre snow spawn, gathering up as many as they could for testing. They found that instances of SCP-4230-B matured to adulthood remarkably quickly, reaching adulthood in 15 seconds. Destroying the eggs containing these creatures seemed to be an effective way of preventing swarms of SCP-4230-Bs from getting loose, although the Snowman each egg came from would also have to be destroyed to achieve this result. Also, the lifespans of the smaller snow creatures only lasted for a total of 24 hours, and they would melt away after a full day of life, regardless of the surrounding temperature. SCP-4230-Bs seem uninterested in food that was presented to them. Specifically, one test involved giving a snow creature a head of lettuce and a watermelon. The creature regarded the fruit and vegetables with little interest, even refusing to eat either despite prompts from the researchers. This painted the SCP-4230-Bs as exclusive carnivores, which explained why they attacked the Anderson family. They were trying to eat them, hunting the Andersons as a pack. Further testing into SCP-4230-Bs revealed they had a weakness to heat above a temperature of 40 degrees Fahrenheit. During another test, a D-Class was sent into a cell with 10 of the carnivorous snow creatures, armed only with a simple lighter, an emergency flare, and 1 gallon of gasoline. Immediately, all 10 of the SCP-4230-Bs crawled toward the man, hungry, and determined him to be a new source of food. That is, until they noticed the lighter he was carrying. The D-Class frantically clicked the spark wheel until the flame danced from the lighter, causing 7 of the creatures to back away from the heat source cautiously. The D-Class was able to kill the remaining 3 instances in self-defense, causing them to melt with little effort. He was far luckier than the subject of the next test would be. Another D-Class was placed in a holding cell with 3 of the snow creatures, and much like before, they instantly acknowledged his presence and began approaching him. However, the Foundation had sent this member of D-Class in completely unarmed, without even so much as a match to defend himself. The carnivorous beasts made short work of their helpless victim, feeding on what was left. The Foundation was able to dispatch instances of SCP-4230-B with relative ease, even without waiting for them to simply melt after a day. The use of flamethrowers or drawing them into warmer areas seemed effective enough at destroying the small snowman that hatched out of SCP-4230-A bodies. However, some bright spark at the Foundation decided to test what would happen if the opposite element was used against SCP-4230-B creatures. Were they vulnerable to the snow despite being made from a snow-like substance themselves? Another test was conducted to answer this, which involved a small snowball being thrown at one of the SCP-4230-Bs. The result of that incident has been entirely expunged from the Foundation's archives, but it's a safe guess to ask why. Evidently, when attacked using snow or ice, SCP-4230-Bs are seemingly able to adapt in some way that is determined to their attacker. Do they add snow to their mass or become even more aggressive? It's hard to say given the redactions, but the result of that final test were deemed so catastrophic that the Foundation banned any further testing that involved SCP-4230-Bs. As for where SCP-4230 first came from, the Foundation is still baffled. The first reported incident involving the killer snowman and the carnivorous creatures it produced came when the Andersons found themselves under siege by hungry SCP-4230-Bs. Maybe the snowman is just a freak of nature, or the result of an unknown pathogen or microorganism carried in a snowstorm one fateful night. Or perhaps SCP-4230 is something far, far more vicious. Whatever the case, we would recommend waiting for the sun to come back out and the snow to melt, just to be safe. It was July 2007, and the dry New Mexico heat could shrivel your average outsider into the size of a small keychain. Melinda and Bailey, 2 young women dressed in impeccable costumes of the Harry Potter characters Luna Lovegood and Hermione Granger, were getting ready for a momentous event: the release of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, the final installment in the epic saga of the boy wizard and his quest to defeat the evil Lord Voldemort. They, like so many other cosplaying fans, had driven out to Page One Books, an exquisite bookstore in the very heart of Albuquerque. It was miles from where the 2 of them had lived, but more than worth the drive to be part of the Potterhead fever. long before the series' author would lose her mind on Twitter and make the books a lot harder for most people to enjoy. Trans rights, by the way. Bailey and Melinda were counting the seconds until the bookstore's doors finally opened, and they could get the answers to so many of their burning questions. Why had Snape killed Dumbledore? Would Harry, Ron, and Hermione find and destroy the last few Horcruxes, allowing them to finally destroy Lord Voldemort once and for all? And most importantly of all, would their ships sail? Mel was Harry Hermione all the way, but Bailey, controversially, was all about Ron and Draco. The two of them couldn't be more excited to be part of literary history like this. The bookstore's doors opened, and little by little, the line fed in. It was worth the long drive in the late evening and facing the sweltering summer heat. When the two of them were holding copies of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows and walking back to their car, they knew it had all been worth it. Mel thought, this must have been how Jesus felt when he finished writing the first edition of the Old Testament. History, incidentally, had never been Mel's strong suit. Melinda and Bailey set off back to their homes in the sticks. Bailey was driving. She'd been kind enough to give Mel a lift, knowing they were probably their neighborhood's biggest Potterheads. It warmed their hearts to see all this enthusiasm for the book series they loved so fondly. Seeing so many others in costume, or with vinyl decals or bumper stickers in their cars declaring their love of the franchise. They'd seen Hagrid grabbing a mocha in Starbucks, Mad-Eyed Moody had been filling up his Buick at the Gas and Gulp, and Sirius Black had passed out from heat stroke and needed to be attended to medically. With an all-black costume in this kind of weather, that much was basically inevitable. As Bailey and Melinda continued their drive, drawing closer to the witchy wilderness of Cibola National Forest, they continued sharing their thoughts, feelings, and predictions about the book to come. They couldn't wait to read it. Was it even possible for someone to be this amped about a book? Their enthusiasm was so great, they didn't even notice, on those long, winding back roads, that another car had started following them. It was 8:15 p.m. now, pitch black, the kind of darkness where bad things happen. Evidently during a lull in the conversation, Mel turned her eyes up to the rearview mirror and spotted the car behind them. It was a car they'd recognize anywhere, a turquoise blue Ford Anglia 105E. To some, this would be a mostly unrecognizable, if a little old-fashioned car, but to Melinda and Bailey, it could only ever be the enchanted vehicle of Arthur Weasley, the father of series mainstay Ron Weasley. The car, which had become iconic since being featured in the books and films, was able to fly and turn invisible, and had gotten the main characters both into and out of a variety of amusing scrapes. Mel told Bailey to take a look, and she couldn't help but chuckle in admiration. Plenty of Harry Potter fans were in town tonight, and some took it further than others. At times, Bailey wondered if her 3 Harry Potter bumper stickers reading, "My other ride is a Nimbus 2000, Save gas, take the night bus," and "All aboard the Hogwarts Express," respectively, were a little excessive. And then there was whoever this was, whose intense Harry Potter fandom led them to buy an authentic Harry Potter car. Neither Bailey nor Mel could make out the driver. The car's windshield was slightly fogged up. Strange, seeing as it was such a hot evening out. They noticed that the car also must have had broken turn signals, because anytime the car needed to make a turn, the driver's arm would slide out the window and make the appropriate gesture. The Ford Anglia kept pace with them, following them at every single turn. It was only then that they noticed something a little odd. The car didn't have a license plate. It was almost as though all identifying features for the car or its driver had been obscured. Bailey, who was getting a little nervous at this point, decided to try out a little experiment. At the next 3 intersections, she took 3 left turns. It seemed improbable that anyone would actually intend to take a route that would lead them in a circle, and yet the Ford Anglia did just that. Bailey's most frightening suspicion was confirmed. They were being followed. She didn't need to tell Melinda, seeing as the bad vibes radiating off the car were already palpable. The two assessed their options. They couldn't drive home. After all, the last thing you'd want is a crazy person knowing where you live. Their best bet was to drive to a heavily populated area, say the center of Albuquerque during one of the most highly anticipated book launches in recent memory, or better yet, the local police station. Whoever was driving this car wouldn't dare try anything there. Bailey and Melinda sped up and took off in the direction of the city, but to their horror, the Ford Anglia sped up in kind. Bailey was pressing the gas pedal down to the floorboards, and still the Ford Anglia gained, its headlights glowing like menacing white eyes. In an instant, it pulled ahead of them, the driver's hand emerging once again. This time, it signaled for them to stop. The two of them would sooner drive their car off a cliff than stop for whoever was behind the murky front window of the Ford Anglia. As the Ford began to slow, perhaps hoping to box them in, Bailey pounded on the gas again and lurched forward, weaving around the Ford and passing it once more. Their 2 copies of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows were rattling around in the back seats. Neither Bailey nor Melinda expected this night to end in a car chase, but it wouldn't be the last time their expectations would be dashed before sunrise. The 2 Potterheads were in the lead again, but it would still be 7 or 8 miles before they were officially out of Cibola National Forest. Bailey drove as fast as she could. She and Melinda were frantic messes of terror and adrenaline now, but the Ford Anglia kept moving, gaining on them with every second that passed.
Go faster, goddammit, faster!
Melinda screamed in horror. I'm going as fast as I can! Bailey yelped back. The car merged into the lane next to them and sped forward again. They were neck and neck now, but it was still too dark inside the other car to make out the driver. Just as Mel was wishing that she could have a closer look, her wish was granted in the worst way possible. The Ford Anglia abruptly moved to the side and slammed against them, knocking them off course with a sudden shocking blow. The shock knocked Bailey sideways in the car and yanked the steering wheel along with them. The car veered off the side of the road and tumbled down the grassy embankment towards the trees, taking the 2 unfortunate Potterheads down with it. Before they knew it, their fender was wrapped around the trunk of a ponderosa pine tree. If it wasn't for their seatbelts and airbags, they would have died instantly. But perhaps in the end, that would have been a mercy. Melinda and Bailey sat up as the airbags deflated in front of them. The car was totaled. As the 2 of them shakily unbuckled their seatbelts and climbed out of the car, they were bathed in the light of the Ford Anglia's headlights from above, as though they were about to be abducted by a UFO's tractor beam. The Ford was just waiting on the road above them. Its engine rumbled like a low, bestial growl. The driver was still obscured behind the foggy windshield, but their arm was hanging out of the window once more. Bailey and Melinda were too frightened and dazed by the crash to even move as the car began advancing with unnatural grace down the embankment before them. It clambered towards them with such uncanny intent that it seemed almost like it had a mind of its own, rather than a machine being piloted by a human being. Melinda pointed forwards and screamed. She saw something Bailey didn't. There was something on the outstretched palm of the driver's hand. She thought it was a tattoo at first until she saw it move. 2 human eyes were fixed into the center of the flesh, staring directly at her, like a crustacean's eyes on stalks. Moments later, the car was upon them, and Melinda's scream was silenced. A concerned passerby found Bailey's abandoned car crashed in the ditch beside the road the next morning. The 2 women were never found, and 2 bashed-up copies of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows were discovered on the car's floor, among all the shards of broken glass, never to be read. Some days can be magical, just not in the ways you would have hoped, especially if you run afoul of SCP-3470, a Euclid-class anomaly somewhat cruelly nicknamed Harry Potter's Revenge. Sadly, kidnappings and car accidents aren't that uncommon in this strange, scary world we live in, but at a certain point, the SCP Foundation's many field agents detected a strange pattern in a series of car accidents near Cibola National Forest in New Mexico. In all these instances, the cars had been found crashed, but there were never any bodies. Eagle-eyed police officers studying the crash also picked up another more subtle detail in all these events. The cars had turquoise blue paint chips on them, even if the cars themselves weren't blue, suggesting the impact of another car. Foundation eggheads correlated this with another strange report they'd received out of New Mexico. A young couple had narrowly avoided a dangerous incident when a car matching the description of a classic Ford Anglia 105E tried to flag them down on a dark and lonely road near Cibola National Forest. Just like Bailey and Melinda, the duo were unable to see the driver behind the fogged-up windshield. However, when they got close enough to see the driver's hand, they both attested that it had eyes on its palm, describing it as similar to the terrifying Pale Man from the movie Pan's Labyrinth. With all of these frightening and clearly anomalous data points in place, the SCP Foundation decided it was time to do their due diligence and go on the hunt for this predatory car. It wouldn't be the first time they'd tackled a sadistic or carnivorous vehicle, and because of this experience, they weren't going in unprepared. There was, of course, SCP-2086, also known as the man-eating bus. These were a species of huge insect-like creatures who'd evolved to perfectly mimic your average city bus in order to lure prey into their bodies. Another notable instance was SCP-1386, also known as the living ice cream van. This being is even more mysterious than the man-eating buses, and boasts a wide range of abilities from a hazardous form to a fleshy appendage, somewhat similar to the arm emerging from SCP-3470. The jury's still out on whether either of these anomalies are in any way directly connected to SCP-3470, but it gave the SCP Foundation a few ideas on how exactly to engage, study, and potentially even contain this new vehicular slaughterer of man. As you've probably come to expect by this point, where there are still so many unknown variables involved, the Foundation decided to fall back on Old Faithful, throwing a couple of D-classes at it and just seeing what happened. 2 were selected, placed in a standard Foundation off-road vehicle with dash and rear cams, and given a variety of equipment, including a special semi-automatic assault rifle with armor-piercing rounds, each one containing a micro-GPS that would allow the Foundation to continue tracking SCP-3470 after initial contact. And if, in the process of the experiment, SCP-3470 revealed some frightening new powers, then a standard vehicle and a pair of D-classes weren't much of a loss. Once again, another hapless duo were sent off on the roads in the proximity of Cibola National Park, though the Foundation hoped these two would at least end the night accounted for. They patrolled the roads, once or twice remarking on the beauty on the stars above. While not much of anything happened, Command kept close tabs on them back at the nearest containment site, feeding orders through earpieces and watching the live video feeds. As the drive continued, the 2 D-classes finally encountered SCP-3470. They get closer, at which point SCP-3470 begins its typical pattern of hunting behavior. It merged onto the road next to the D-class vehicle and began to slide alongside them. That's when the 2 D-classes realized, and couldn't help but remark, that this looked just like the car from Harry Potter. Was Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry a new group of interest now? Had Lord Voldemort entered into an allegiance with the Scarlet King? This was hilarious. Of course, it didn't remain all that funny to the D-classes for long. The anomalous Ford Anglia suddenly pulled up in front of them and ground to an abrupt halt, forcing the D-class driving to pound the brakes, startling both of them. That's when the human arm slithered out from the Anglia's open window and made the stop signal, before twisting around and revealing the 2 staring human eyes embedded in its palm. The D-classes started to panic and reverse away, while the car started chasing them at terrifying speeds. Foundation Command kept ordering the D-class riding shotgun to live up to his title and blast the vehicle with one of the tracking bullets, but the driver was so terrified, he refused to slow down and give his fellow D-class a clear shot. As a result, the armed D-class released a flurry of shots and just got lucky that some of them happened to strike the car. This caused it to let out a terrible pain shriek, comparable to the squeal of breaking car tires. SCP-3470 then retreated, allowing the D-classes to safely return to base, while Command tracked the Ford Anglia back to its native habitat. It was time for the next phase of the mission to begin. The Foundation brought in Mobile Task Force Lambda-12, also known as the Pest Controllers, a group of operatives who specialize in taking down particularly verminous creatures. They'd be the ones to track down SCP-3470's nest and find out what they were really up against here. In order to complete the mission, 4 members of the task force were designated for infiltration, while 2 others were designated to keep watch outside. The infiltrators were given reinforced armor and a wide selection of weapons and tools, including a flamethrower, a tranquilizer gun, a net gun, and a light machine gun. SCP-3470's movements were tracked back to a cave in Cibola National Forest. When the infiltration team entered, they saw track marks with a familiar tire tread on the floor and walls of the cave, which suggested a number of frightening things about the anomaly they were chasing. As they got deeper into the cave, the air became intensely hot and humid. They found scat piles filled with human bones and a local sheriff's badge, suggesting that the car does indeed eat and digest its prey. But most terrifying of all, the infiltration team discovered a number of translucent eggs, which had small quadrupedal organisms, assumed to be the larval stage of SCP-3470, wriggling away inside. They collected some of the eggs and then burned the rest before turning around to leave. That's when they noticed that SCP-3470 was in the cave mouth, waiting for them, except this one wasn't turquoise like the other. This one was black. The car began revving aggressively. After a tense standoff in which one of the task force members muttered,
"I refuse to be killed by a goddamn Ford,"
the task force member with a light machine gun opened fire on the car's exposed arm. One of the bullets hit the creature in one of its hand eyes, causing it to let out another pain shriek and retreat from the cave mouth, allowing the task force to finally escape. The two who were meant to be on the lookout were never seen again. SCP-3470 remains at large, with the pest controllers doing whatever they can to track it down and contain it. The eggs are also subject to further study. In the meantime, be careful who you stop for, because if you end up inside this magical Ford Anglia, an encounter with the Whomping Willow is going to be the least of your worries.
The shinobi crouched low on the pagoda roof and listened to the night air. Up here in the mountains, away from the hustle and bustle of the markets in town, it was almost silent. Just the distant rattle of shutters somewhere behind him. The mountain shrine was tucked out of sight, so far into the countryside that no one would stumble onto it by accident. No one would come here without a reason. The shinobi knew the face of his target, a warlord turned politician with more blood on his hands than the assassin sent to kill him. By the burning glow of the night sky, the shinobi could see the man kneeling at the shrine. The path was made up of small stones, so he'd have to drop onto the grass and creep around the pond to approach his target. No guards, no one else was there at all. This was the spot where the man came to pray when he was struggling to sleep, perhaps trying to atone for the lives he'd taken. Perhaps he didn't care at all. The ninja drew the blade in total silence and timed his drop to the ground with the rattling noise in the distance. With each dainty step, he closed the distance to his target, readying the blade over his head. It was done in a moment. The man was dead before his body hit the ground. He likely didn't even notice as the steel had severed the nerves running down his spinal cord. So sharp was the blade that had slid through his bones like a fish through water. Raising the blade to his eyes, the shinobi cleaned it quickly. If he was seen with blood on his sword, he would immediately be implicated. Not that he was ever seen, but precautions like this were what kept him out of sight for all these years. When you lived in the Valley of Ashes, the burial grounds for countless wars, you had to become a shadow, become one of the ancient spirits haunting the woods. But as he wiped the red from the steel, he caught a flash of light in the reflection, an orange glow marking a jagged line across the metal. That's strange. Sunset was several hours ago. Come to think of it, why was there an orange glow in the sky? He snapped his neck around to see the fires through the gates into the pagoda's garden. Down by the ocean's edge at the foot of the mountains was the city where he had always lived, and it was on fire. Leaping up onto the walls, he stood up straight, surveying the horror scene taking place before him. Thick plumes of smoke billowed up into the night sky, so dense and large that it seemed to become the blackness of the night. It was hard to make out much of what was going on down there. The shinobi looked everywhere to try to see the invading army or the rioters, but there were none. Just people running in all directions, like ants out of a flooding nest. But there, moving in amongst the smoke, were other shapes, impossibly tall, lumbering around like people. People that towered over the houses, that had to crane down to the ground to scoop up the poor civilians who were running this way and that. The shinobi stood there terrified, as he realized that the rattling sound he'd been hearing all night wasn't from any shutters at all. He could do nothing but watch as the trees in front of him trembled and buckled in all directions as a hulking, shadowy figure lumbered towards him. The Imperial Japanese Anomalous Matters Examination Agency, or the A.K.A, was a Japanese agency responsible for tracking a number of mysterious and often dangerous artifacts, creatures, and anomalies prior to the Second World War. In 1945, the A.K.A was shut down and absorbed into the SCP Foundation. All of these data, historic records, and anomalies were all transferred over into the Foundation's control. Reasons for this were partially political and partially in the interest of world peace. The formation of the A.K.A was influenced heavily by Japan's ties with Germany in the first half of the 20th century. The Imperial German Anomalous Matters Examination Agency was the blueprint for their Japanese equivalent. However, with increasing militarism in Japan throughout the 20th century,
the IJMEA became increasingly obsessed with trying to harness their anomalous discoveries in the interests of military power. Their goal became the establishment of a yokai battalion, powerful enough to establish them as one of, if not the world's greatest superpower. Following the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan surrendered in the Second World War and agreed to dissolve its military, including the IJMEA. That left the Foundation with the task of picking up the threads left behind and trying to come up with new ways of securing, containing, and protecting some of Japan's most deadly SCPs. Few more deadly and evasive than the entities that were too much, even for the Yokai Battalion. SCP-2863. In 1946, cleanup operations were in full effect, trying to deal with the fallout from the atomic bomb dropped on Nagasaki. Crews dressed in lead-lined suits worked around the clock, burying radioactive material and trying to remove as much contaminated debris as possible. Rebuilding the city was still a long way off. At various points, the wind would kick up and carry the dust left behind into the air, creating a dangerous radioactive haze. Crews continued to work through such conditions as the understanding of airborne contamination was still in its infancy. Watanabe Goro was one such worker. Midway through a night shift and clasping a damp rag to his mouth, he pushed on through the dust, clearing out building after building. They had spent the morning carrying corpses out of an unidentifiable building. The corpses themselves were pretty much worn away too, just skeletons really, charred by the blast from months before. As Goro staggered along the street, he kept feeling like he was imagining things. The long hours and traumatic conditions were enough to make him see all kinds of things in his dreams, but he kept feeling like his dreams were starting to creep into the real world. Shadows kept moving through the haze all around him, taller than buildings, staggering around as if they were drunk. They had been appearing all night, just out of sight, but always close by. He stopped and leaned against what was left of a brick wall. There was one of his hallucinations now just up ahead of him. The husks of buildings on either side of him were about as tall as their knees. It must have been 30 meters tall at least. But its legs were strange. There seemed to be a gap in the middle of each of them. They were skinny. No, skeletal. The skeleton's foot crushed a car right in front of him. The crunch of metal was loud enough to snap Goro out of his stupor. This wasn't a hallucination. Hallucinations can't crush cars. With a yelp, he tumbled backwards, staring up into the haze of dust. He saw the shape of a pelvis. Above it, what must have been a ribcage the size of his house, but the creature disappeared into the darkness and the dust. If it was too tall for him to see its face, maybe it was too tall to see him on the ground as well. The skeleton stopped, standing directly over him. For a second, he thought that maybe he'd be okay, but then, with a great rattling rumble, the monster hunched down low, and the enormous skull appeared out of the haze, flying right towards him. He managed to dodge its gnashing teeth, but it caught his foot, sending him rolling through the radioactive dirt. Goro didn't give himself a moment to recover, though. He took off running as fast as he could, hearing the rattling sound terrifyingly close behind his back. You will be pleased to know that Watanabe Goro survived this incident. With only minor injuries, he managed to navigate his way to the nearest police station, where SCP agents, already familiar with the entity he had encountered, took control of the situation. The so-called starving skeletons had been roaming the bomb sites for several weeks by that point. It was the Foundation's first exposure to one of the oldest known entities that the IJMEA had been studying for years. To date, 206 separate instances of SCP-2863 have been officially recorded. However, the myth of the Gasha Dokoru had been circulating in various parts of Japan since the 10th century at least. Giant skeletons were said to haunt the sites of particularly deadly battles, hunting by night, and feeding on the blood of their human victims. These myths tally up with what the Foundation currently knows about these entities. Instances of SCP-2863 only appear after sunset and will lose all corporeality when exposed to sunlight in the morning, or any light source over 1.1 lux. To give you some reference for that, moonlight typically falls between 0.25 and 1 lux. A typical room with the light on will be 100 or even 1,000 times brighter. As you can imagine, this has made them virtually impossible to contain, as they manifest and unmanifest outside of controllable conditions. They seem to have continuous existence in some way, however, as previously neutralized instances can and will reappear later on. In folklore, the Gashadokoro are spirits that take control of skeletons. Some hesitant researchers have posited that perhaps the instances that dematerialize are returning to their spirit form. Little is understood about what that means in practice. What's more, this SCP cannot be photographed. All attempts to capture them on film or digital cameras have failed, including video tests. It is theorized that there is a link between them not appearing on camera and their disappearance when exposed to light. Again, the link between them is still mostly unknown. Due to a steady increase in urban development in Japan and ongoing peace in the region, appearances of this SCP are growing increasingly rare. While this marks a positive change for the people of Japan, it makes it even more difficult to study this SCP and learn how to prevent it in the future. The most recent fatality to occur at the bony hands of SCP-2863 happened in 2008, and it was part of a Foundation experiment. While most of Hiroshima and Nagasaki had been redeveloped into bustling metropolitan areas, the outskirts of each city, particularly several parks, saw occasional instances of SCP-2863 appearing at night. As such, the SCP Foundation conducted a series of experiments under cover of nightfall, releasing D-Class personnel into a park in Hiroshima to observe how the SCPs hunted humans. Their enormous height, towering at over 30 meters, gave them a huge advantage, being able to chase people down with little difficulty. Another notable thing about them is just how quietly they move. There is a gentle rattling sound that follows them around, but aside from that, they are very light-footed and difficult to detect until they are right on top of you. This isn't helped by the fact that they hunt at night. As a result, they are remarkably quick at catching their prey. Once they have snatched their victims up in their skeletal fingers, they perform the same eating ritual every time. They eat the person and consume their blood. Initially confused by this finding, the Foundation was unsure where the blood was going, as the skeletons had no obvious digestive system. After the release of several more D-Class personnel into the park, they still weren't certain, but they believed that the SCP instances were absorbing the blood into their bones in some way. Further testing was requested, but denied due to the sheer number of D-Class fatalities in the area. They were starting to run out, and would have to ship more of them across to Japan, which was just a bit inconvenient for everyone involved. As the outskirts of those cities have been urbanized, the instances of SCP-2863 have reduced to the point that a smaller contingent of agents and researchers are now left in place. The light pollution from these areas is enough to prevent them from being able to manifest in the first place for the most part. Only on the rare occasion of power outages have Mobile Task Force 03 been deployed. Whilst researching this SCP, the Foundation came across an account from a shinobi in the 1700s. It was rare to find any kind of written document from a ninja for obvious reasons, but the account discovered painted a harrowing picture of just how much damage these yokai could inflict upon a city. The nameless shinobi first encountered SCP-2863 while assassinating an unnamed target in the mountains above his fishing town. Looking down on the fires below him, he saw human shapes walking through the smoke, dwarfing the buildings they moved between, before an instance charged through the trees straight at him. Diving out of the way, the shinobi quickly melted into the shadows. Both man and demon hunted one another throughout the night. He managed to climb onto its spine and inflict what he was certain would be a killing blow to the skeleton, only for his blade to bounce right off the bone. Caught and vulnerable for the first time in his life, the shinobi was helpless as the spirit threw him from its back into the courtyard and charged at him. It was only the hem of the ninja's sleeve catching fire from a candle that saved him. Just as the skeleton was about to bite down on his head, the light flared and the SCP disappeared entirely. For a long while, the man lay in the courtyard, pondering his actions. He should have died that night, yet he survived. Getting slowly to his feet, the man now knew what his destiny was. A monster that strikes from the shadows, scared of the light. He and the Gashadokoru were not so different. Understanding his target was the first step to defeating them. Snatching up a lantern from the ground, the shinobi descended the mountain into the wreckage of his hometown and defended his people. By night, he would emerge hunting down the Gashadokoru under the cover of darkness, banishing them with the light hidden under a dark sheet. The man fought night after night, narrowly risking death to save his people from the onslaught of the evil spirit. A small plaque was installed by the A.K.A. shortly before the Foundation took over the management of the SCP. It was installed at the foot of an old pagoda just outside a small fishing village. On it was a simple haiku: "Walking in shadow, in the midst of our demons, we will find the light."
Rock, paper, scissors. A simple hand game dating back to the Han Dynasty of Imperial China. It is a decisive game between two players, with the only outcomes being win, lose, or draw. We're quite familiar with rock, paper, scissors here at the SCP Foundation, as the guards are often seen playing intense rounds of the game to determine who will be the unlucky soul chosen to secure one of the various Keter-class SCPs during a given week. In most cases, this use of rock, paper, scissors is accepted as a largely harmless and fair way for defensive personnel to arrange their shifts. The reason for this is that the results of rock, paper, scissors are generally random, as there are very few ways for an individual's skill to influence the game. Or so one might think. In reality, rock, paper, scissors is a deeply psychological game, and this is mainly because of its origin as a contest between fellow human beings. The average human is vulnerable to making errors and falling into patterns, and with only 3 options to keep track of, it is entirely possible for a seasoned veteran of rock, paper, scissors to predict their opponent's choice before any hands are thrown. Of course, that opponent may also commit an error of their own by misreading the other player's actions, and thus there is always a chance for an impulsive decision to swing the results of the game in either direction. Human limitation is the only skill-based mechanic in the game of rock, paper, scissors, and that same limitation is what, in the eyes of some, holds the game back from reaching its true potential. That was the case until someone out there discovered the rules to an anomalous version of rock, paper, scissors being spread through a mysterious email. While all attempts to trace the email back to its original sender have left the Foundation with more questions than answers, we have been able to learn more about the differences between the rules of standard rock, paper, scissors and the anomalous version. We have given this anomalous version of rock, paper, scissors the designation SCP-4633, and unlike the Classic Edition, under no circumstances are any Foundation personnel allowed to play a game incorporating any of the alternative rules. While the ceiling for skill and variety is theoretically much higher in a rock, paper, scissors match featuring SCP-4633, the risks to the player far outweigh any added novelty. Here is how SCP-4633 functions during an average game of rock, paper, scissors. Well, average prior to the anomalous properties taking effect. Rather than being limited to using merely rock, paper, or scissors, as the name of the game implies, the players gain access to a series of additional hand gestures, which upon the act of being thrown become seamlessly integrated into both players' shared understanding of the rules. This alone would be bizarre enough, but the true harm caused by SCP-4633 is in the nature of the gestures themselves. When one of the non-standard gestures allowed by SCP-4633 is used, the player's hands will change shape in ways that, under normal circumstances, would be anatomically impossible. Each of these non-standard gestures is distinct from the rest, with the only commonality being an unusual tendency for the final gesture to resemble biological structures often seen in sea life. One particular gesture might cause a player to rapidly grow a ring of additional fingers surrounding a gaping anemone-like mouth in the palm, while another could result in the player's entire arm flattening into a fin-like appendage. Regardless of how severe a departure from a typical human limb the final gesture would be, the limbs, and on rare occasions the entire body, of the player using the gesture will quickly and irreversibly mutate into the shape required to successfully perform it. While these gestures overwhelmingly result in forms that would be distressing to most people, the same cognitive effect that causes the participants to accept changes to the rules also appears to apply to the changes affecting their own bodies. To the players of an SCP-4633 augmented match of rock, paper, scissors, the non-standard gestures seem as mundane as the original 3. Unfortunately, the morphic properties of SCP-4633 are practically irreversible, with extreme reconstructive surgery being required in even the best of cases. In all instances of SCP-4633, surgical intervention is necessary to prevent the spread of details regarding the non-standard gestures and their usage. Because of the immediate shift in cognitive awareness among participants, all that is needed for a new instance of SCP-4633 to occur is the faintest hint of knowledge of the alternative rules. It's even been noted that between different groups of players, the non-standard gestures can vary heavily or seemingly be created on the fly as the desire to win at all costs takes hold. Here are a few examples of anomalous gestures which have been observed during instances of SCP-4633. This list is by no means comprehensive, but it will provide an insight into how SCP-4633 drastically alters the existing mechanics of the game, as well as the physique of the players. The Thoriley gesture transforms the user's fingers into barbed tentacles. It beats paper and scissors but loses to rock. Chavoaga folds the fingers of the hand into the palm and causes them to emerge through the back of the palm. It allows the user to throw a second gesture after they've seen their opponent's choice. Ashkelhaz splits the hand into a pair of poisonous stingers, which also produce a potent electrical current between them. It has been seen to lose to paper, but seemingly of their own will, the stingers lashed at the opposing player and caused them to fall unconscious 3 rounds later due to the effects of the poison. Chausa beats paper and 2 other anomalous gestures, loses to scissors, rock, and a third gesture, and morphs the user's arm into a dactyl club similar to the front appendage of a mantis shrimp. Izurgov simply causes the player to grow 3 additional thumbs on one hand. The final gesture resembles a triple thumbs up. Izurgov has not been seen to beat any gestures, and the player who uses it always seems to go on to lose the match. Pagakmar causes the middle and ring to recede into the hand, while the pointer and pinky fingers extend to resemble the eye stalks of a snail or slug. The rest of the hand also becomes coated in a thin layer of slime which continues to secrete from within. Pagakmar beats scissors and paper, but loses to rock and another anomalous gesture known as Vayanjek. Incidentally, Vayanjek causes the arm of the player using it to elongate into a worm-like tube that periodically spews a gout of salt water on the opponent. When Vayanjek was seen beating Pagakmar, the saltwater appeared to have some adverse effect on the latter gesture, causing the eye stalks to droop and the hand to shrivel until it was half its original size. Another anomalous gesture is Grazathrog, recognized by the skin, muscle, and veins of the hand turning translucent, revealing a pulsing red organ in the interior of the palm. Once Grazathrog has been thrown, the player who used it may call out the name of one other gesture, which can no longer be used in the current match. The Ukayag gesture is a bit deceptive, as it resembles rock when first thrown but gradually causes the hand to condense into a lump of inert material, not dissimilar to actual igneous rock. The knuckles as well begin to exude a superheated mineral substance similar to molten lava. Ukayag exclusively beats paper and appears to lose to everything else. Many of the gestures on record have no known name, but their function within SCP-4633's altered rules is clear from the context in which they were used. Such is the case with one anomalous gesture, which caused most of the player's hand to withdraw into a siphon-like opening at their wrist before the very same orifice shot out a stream of ink into the opposing player's eyes. While there was no lasting harm done to the opponent by this gesture, the ink did cause temporary blindness, which persisted until they were defeated by way of their rock losing to paper. Another unknown gesture has been seen beating both Izurgav and Ukayag. This gesture makes the player's hand resemble the crest and gas-filled body of a Pacific man-o'-war. These examples are only scraping the surface of the seemingly endless possibilities that SCP-4633 has to offer. As you can see, the anomalous hand gestures can be just as dangerous within the game itself as the permanent changes they invoke in the user. While the Foundation has done its best to contain all information surrounding SCP-4633, there have been clear efforts by several unknown groups to push the game into continued usage. Over the past 3 decades, instances of SCP-4633 have seen increasing popularity in the world of high-stakes gambling. Perhaps it is because of the inherent thrill of watching 2 opponents trying to strategically outwit each other with a countless number of non-standard gestures, but more likely, it is part of the anomalous effect of SCP-4633 that the game would appeal to those desperate to risk everything on the slim chance of victory. This neatly brings us to the SCP-4633 related incident which occurred aboard the private ocean liner known as the SS Fateful Emma. Before the incident, the Fateful Emma would sail into international waters twice a year. Each time it would bring along a new group of passengers, seemingly selected from the underprivileged and downcast sector of society. A great many of these passengers were convicts with repeat violent offenses chosen from supermax facilities the world over. The process by which these inmates were chosen for a voyage aboard the ship was not dissimilar from the methods the Foundation uses to acquire new Class D personnel. Naturally, this was how the research team was able to be tipped off about the Fateful Emma. It became apparent soon after looking into the ship's career that the individuals altered by the effects of SCP-4633 had been seen departing from the ship on multiple occasions in remote island harbors. Most of the time, the individuals would also be, to the best of their ability with their metamorphized forms, carrying briefcases filled with hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash. While witnesses tend to write off the strange appearances of those affected as being the result of a deformity or injury, or in more pronounced instances dismissing the encounters as sightings of creatures from the local mythology, it was clear to anyone familiar with SCP-4633 what was truly going on. These passengers were being made to play pitched games of rock, paper, scissors featuring SCP-4633 for massive sums of wealth, and what was worse, the grand prize winners were seemingly being released back into civilization without the knowledge of law enforcement. Of course, what the Foundation was most concerned about was the potential for the large-scale leak of detailed information involving SCP-4633. It seemed that the Foundation's latest faceless enemy had revealed itself. Whatever wealthy group of individuals was pulling the strings behind the games aboard the SS Fateful Emma, it was very likely that the ship was also well protected by a private army of trained mercenaries. In a display of swift but necessary initiative, the Foundation assembled a brand new mobile task force to be dispatched onto the ocean liner. Mobile Task Force Row 52, with the fitting codename Rochambeau. The Mobile Task Force would board the vessel secretly and use whatever means necessary to prevent the spread of SCP-4633 and any evidence of the associated non-standard hand gestures. Before the Fateful Emma's next voyage, the Foundation isolated the port where it would depart from and made sure that the MTF agents were in position. The operation was co-captained by Agent Dubois and Agent Zhang, both of whom prided themselves on having extraordinarily good luck. Agent Dubois would stealthily move the majority of the agents under his command into the cargo hold below deck and await Agent Zhang's signal. Agent Zhang himself would assume the name and identity of one of the criminal passengers, who was intercepted before boarding by the Mobile Task Force. The would-be participant was subsequently detained and brought into the Foundation as a Class D personnel. As the SS Fateful Emma began to leave the harbor, Agent Zhang joined the other passengers who had been gathered together in an enormous function hall. There was little indication of when the games would begin, and Zhang made an effort to keep a low profile until more information was available. Shortly after the ship had officially arrived in international waters, an eccentric man entered the room on a walkway that overlooked the rest of the passengers. He was flanked by a pair of armed bodyguards. It was plain from the man's style of dress and demeanor that he was both absurdly wealthy and completely out of his mind. He wore a pure white tuxedo and a scarf that seemed to have been made from the fur of a Siberian tiger. A pair of dark shades with sequin rims obscured his eyes from view. But by far the strangest aspect of the rich man was the fact that emerging from the wrist of his right arm was the eyeless head of a moray eel where his hand should be. The man spoke, addressing the entire room. "Welcome, passengers new and old, to the SS Fateful Emma. While you are aboard this ship, your fate is in your own hands. Over the next 24 hours, you will have the rare opportunity to play the greatest game of chance that humanity has ever known. Generations of people from every continent and every walk of life have given their all to the mastery of rock, paper, scissors, across, north, //. The man proceeded to speak unusual syllables for the next minute straight without even a pause for breath. In his report, Agent Zhang described the man's voice as gaining an increasingly loud hum as his speech continued, and that some of the syllables didn't seem to be the product of human vocal cords. He soon concluded his string of gibberish and resumed speaking intelligible language. "As is customary, we will be utilizing the Iljesh Toi rules.
You will begin by selecting a single opponent and challenging them to a best of 2 of 3 match. This is a single elimination tournament, and any competitors who cannot otherwise continue to engage in matches will also be eliminated. By the end of your time here, the luckiest among you will be named the undisputed champion of these games, and will be granted unlimited freedom, along with the cash prize. The rest of you will have to determine your own fates, for you all know what awaits you below. May your hands be ready, your minds be sharp, and remember, winning is everything. With a flourish of his moray eel hand, the wealthy man finished his introductions and promptly exited the room. Agent Zhang looked at the passengers surrounding him and saw that they were already beginning to play rock, paper, scissors with each other. A few had already begun using the anomalous gestures, warping their limbs into hideous subnautical shapes. Agent Zhang gave the signal to Agent Dubois and the rest of the mobile task force to begin the operation. Their target was primarily the moray-handed man, as well as any other close associates that he had on board. They would capture him alive and interrogate him into revealing the mystery behind this illegal gambling ring. Once the mercenaries were dealt with, Agent Dubois' team would further command the ocean liner and navigate it to SCP Foundation Research Site 45 to await further orders. As for Agent Zhang, he knew what he had to do. To buy time, he would participate in the ensuing rock, paper, scissors tournament and eliminate as many of the other players as possible. This, he believed, was the best way to minimize the number of anomalous gestures that would be used aboard the ship. Of course, he himself wouldn't be using any of the anomalous gestures either, opting to limit himself to the standard 3. This could put him at a severe disadvantage over the course of the competition, but Agent Zhang knew better than to tempt fate. Still, being eliminated seemed like something he may want to avoid. Even though the consequences for elimination were left vague in the strange rich man's speech, he still didn't feel that it would be wise to put himself in a compromised position while aboard the fateful Emma. Bracing himself for the worst, Agent Zhang accepted the challenge of a nearby passenger. He was off to a promising start when he threw a scissors hand against his opponent's paper. Because the matches were best 2 out of 3, all he needed was to win one of the next 2 matches, and he'd survive this round. Then he saw the devious look on his opponent's face, and he knew that this match was about to get weird. Rather than admit defeat, Agent Zhang prepared to throw scissors again. The two challenged their hands, and just as Zhang had feared, his opponent threw an anomalous gesture. Almost instantly, the opponent's hand took on a multi-mouthed piscine form, which began to spit sharp teeth in Agent Zhang's direction. Fortunately, the agent's bulletproof vest was able to withstand the impact of the teeth. What was even more fortunate was the fact that the opponent seemed to be a good sport. "Scissors beats Azravok, you win," said the other passenger before walking away in search of their next match. Curiously, the passenger's transformed arm continued to fire teeth across the room at random intervals, occasionally hitting and causing injury to one of the other competitors. Agent Zhang was grateful that the body armor he was wearing had been tested to withstand rapid fire from SCP-127. Compared to the raw power of the living gun, the teeth launched from Azravok gestures were practically BB rounds. He had succeeded in not being eliminated, both from the game and generally. Excited about his win, Zhang sought out another opponent to test his luck. Below deck, Agent Dubois and the rest of the mobile task force had just finished facing off against some of the hired mercenaries when they entered a room presumed to be the ocean liner's sickbay. Inside was a grisly sight. A second rock, paper, scissors tournament playing out between players that had been so thoroughly transformed by the anomalous gestures of SCP-4633 that they barely appeared to still be human. It was like a scene from a deep-sea documentary, with strange and unknowable creatures vying for dominance, not within a natural food chain or competition for resources, but within a seemingly never-ending struggle to win a game of chance. It was purgatory. Rock, paper, scissors, purgatory. Agent Dubois was appalled, but he knew better than to attempt to stop these creatures from doing the one thing keeping them all distracted. The moray-handed man was still somewhere in the ship, and capturing him was far more important. The research team would decide what to do with these former humans once the ship was secure within the Foundation's custody. However, what Agent Dubois didn't realize is that some of these creatures were advancing on his team. In nightmarish and unearthly voices, they chanted, "Rock, rock, paper, scissors." Suddenly, one of the abominations, who resembled nothing more closely than an enormous mass of coral,
produced 4 arms from within its body and began to throw anomalous hand signs towards the agents. One of the arms threw A.K.A, which coated an unsuspecting agent in hot lava, causing him to drop to the floor in pain. Panicked, Dubois ordered the task force to eliminate every living thing in the sickbay, although not in the sense of their tournament standing, of course. Meanwhile, Agent Zhang was on a win streak in the function hall. Through sheer luck and determination, he had managed to avoid elimination while eliminating several other passengers himself. He began to notice that those who were eliminated were quietly escorted away by the bouncers, seeming to have their anomalous changes treated. Now it was only down to 12 remaining passengers. Agent Zhang knew that it was only a matter of time before Dubois and his team took control of the ship, but feeling reckless, he challenged one of the remaining passengers. In that moment, something came over him, as if his determination to see the mission through was also compelling him to win at any cost. His opponent threw Pagakmar, and out of instinct, Zhang threw Vanyajek. The agent went on to win the entire tournament, but sadly, he was unable to collect the prize money, as during the skirmish below deck, the man with the moray hand had escaped with a small fortune in a high-speed submersible. His ultimate goals and the scope of the shadowy group he represented would remain unanswered for the time being. When the SS Fateful Emma finally arrived at Site 45, Agent Zhang came to his senses and realized that he had underestimated the cognitive side effects of SCP-4633. Due to the immediately recognizable anomalous state of both his arms, Agent Zhang was later contained on site with minimal security. It's believed that researchers are still searching for a method to reverse the effects. It just goes to show that winning isn't everything. All small towns have their horror stories, tales of places plagued by terrifying apparitions, unseen forces, and something waiting in the shadows to terrorize unsuspecting innocents. Sometimes it's a bridge at the edge of town, where a man in a bunny suit stalks, wielding an axe and looking for drivers who wander off of the main road. Sometimes it's a cabin in the woods rumored to house an old gnarled witch who steals people away and throws them into a giant soup pot. Maybe it's a cursed hotel where wicked spirits roam the halls and the guests check in but never check out. Or maybe, like the little town where 16-year-old Mark lived, it's a haunted house. Ever since he was a little boy, Mark had been terrified of the house at the end of the lane. He walked past it on his way to school each morning and on his way back in the late afternoon. The sight of it made his palms sweat, his heart beat just a little bit faster. It had once been a grand Victorian manor, with turrets and a wraparound porch painted a brilliant white. But over the years, the paint had faded to a dingy yellow, peeling away from the rotting wood. There were holes in the roof where the rain and snow dripped through between the shingles. The windows were caked with dust and grime, obscuring anything that might be hiding inside. Not that there should have been anything there. The house had been abandoned for decades. Still, whenever he passed it, Mark could swear he felt the presence of something in there, pacing, watching, waiting for him to come inside. The stories around town didn't help. His parents told him to ignore them, said that people just liked to talk when there was nothing else to do, to make up things to be afraid of, because their lives were too boring otherwise. But he couldn't avoid it. On a Boy Scouts trip when he was 12, Mark had tried to cover his ears when the other boys gathered around the campfire with him, and turned the topic to the old house, but they teased and taunted him until he listened. They leaned in, faces lit ghoulishly from below by the flickering orange flames, and whispered about the ghost that had taken up residence inside the house. A wealthy old woman had lived there a long, long time ago, they said. She was cruel, with a nasty temper. Everyone in town knew to avoid her, knowing she would throw things at them from her window, shout at them, even sick her guard dogs on them. But one group of boys in town couldn't resist giving her a good scare. They dressed up in all black, red devil masks covering their faces, and broke into her house late one night. When she awoke, they were standing at the foot of her bed, holding pitchforks and telling her that they had come to drag her to hell. Her heart stopped from pure terror at the sight, but her spirit lingered in the house, swearing revenge against anyone who ever dared cross her threshold again, especially teenage boys. Mark didn't sleep a wink the whole camping trip after hearing that. He swore then and there that no matter what, he would never go into that house. But everyone can be bought, and everyone has a price. For Mark, that price was a car. He had been saving up as best he could, but it was tough to get a job with no way to transport himself there, and mowing lawns for his neighbors wasn't the most lucrative gig. So when he learned that his neighbor Oliver, home on a break from college, was getting rid of his old car, he begged to buy it. He doubted Oliver would go for it, knowing what a jerk the guy could be, but to Mark's surprise, Oliver gave him an offer. "I'll tell you what." Oliver's face broke into a sadistic smile. "I'll give you the car if you can spend the whole night in the house at the end of the street, alone." "Are you serious?" Mark scoffed. "Dead serious. Make it to sunrise without freaking out and bailing, and the car's yours. We have a deal?" Oliver stuck out his hand to shake. Every nerve in Mark's body was screaming at him to say no, but if he didn't agree, he wouldn't be able to afford a car until he was in college. With a defeated sigh, he took Oliver's hand. "Deal." But as night fell and Mark prepared to meet Oliver outside of the derelict old house, he could feel pangs of regret deep in his stomach. What was he thinking? Was a car really worth living his worst nightmare? What if Oliver didn't honor the deal? Or worse, what if the stories were actually true? He swallowed the lump in his throat as he shoved a sandwich into his backpack. He had food, water, a blanket, a flashlight, and his phone. Everything he should need to survive the night. It would be fine, he hoped. "Wasn't sure if you'd show." Oliver smirked as Mark walked up to meet him on the rickety front porch. "Well, I did. I'm here." Mark fidgeted nervously, staring up at the house, its windows gazing down at him like large, dark eyes. "So here are the rules. You have to stay here until sunrise. You leave before then, the deal's off. No car for you. And you have to stay alone. No calling for help from your little friends or your mommy and daddy. I'll be back to check on you in the morning and make sure you really did it. Got it?" "Got it," Mark nodded. "Good luck." "I'm rooting for you." "Really?" Oliver turned to leave, then glanced over his shoulder for one final dig. "Oh, and watch out for the ghost. I heard if she gets you, there won't even be bones left over. Night!" And with that, he walked away. Mark stared down at the doorknob, preparing himself to walk inside. He could still leave. He could turn and run all the way back home, but then Oliver would be right, and he would be a coward. No, he was going to do it. He wasn't some scared little kid anymore. It was just a big, empty house, nothing more. He slowly turned the doorknob, pushed, and with a long, low creak, the door opened to the darkness within. Against his better judgment, Mark instinctively called out, "Hello?" There was, thankfully, no response, just his voice echoing in the vast, empty room. He let out a small sigh of relief and pulled the flashlight out of his backpack, switching it on. He cast its beam around the front room of the house, illuminating water damage, cobwebs that he could only hope were no longer housing any spiders, and a whole lot of plastic-wrapped furniture. As he walked into the living room, he was struck by just how ordinary it all seemed. It was creepy, of course, like any place made for a living that had been deprived of its purpose for far too long, but it wasn't nearly as bad as his imagination had built it up to be. He had been picturing black candles, symbols drawn on the floor in blood, a skeleton perched on the couch, bats hanging from the ceiling. But there was none of that. No ghosts, no signs of danger. This was just mostly sort of sad. Once a home, now just a house, emptied out and left to decay. He could get through the night just fine. As soon as he thought that, he felt something scurry across his foot and let out a scream. The flashlight revealed it to be a large rat running from his sudden intrusion and looking for a place to hide. He clutched his chest, catching his breath. It's just an animal. It's fine. It's not going to hurt you, he reminded himself. Now that some of the mystery was gone, he was starting to wonder what the rest of the house looked like. What had once been breathless fear was replaced with a certain morbid curiosity. If he had to be here all night, he might as well explore. Hey, he thought to himself with a smile. Exposure therapy really works. Scared of a haunted house? Just go roaming around inside the middle of the night. You'll be cured. He sat his backpack down next to the stairs, keeping a grip on his flashlight, and began to investigate the rest of his greatest childhood fear. He walked through the dining room, taking in the ornate chandelier hanging from the ceiling, the long, long table fit for housing at least a dozen guests. He wandered into the kitchen, the appliances rusty from neglect, the oven and stove where someone once prepared their nightly dinners, all the pieces of life strewn about like an unfinished jigsaw puzzle with no one to pick up the pieces. Suddenly, Mark heard something coming from the other room. It couldn't be. but it sounded like footsteps on the stairs. Someone or something walking down, descending the staircase toward him. He held his breath, heart pounding so hard he couldn't hear it in his ears. The footsteps stopped, and the house was silent once again. Then, slowly, deliberately, he heard the same footsteps heading back up until they faded away, too quiet to hear anymore. That wasn't his imagination. He was not alone in the house. Carefully, he tiptoed back the way he came, careful to not make too much noise walking across the creaking floorboards. When he reached the stairs, he saw no signs of anyone else. In fact, there was nothing there at all. Wait, where was his backpack? He scanned the floor, certain he had just overlooked it, forgetting where he set it down, but no matter where he looked, it wasn't there. His stomach dropped with a sudden realization. Whoever he had heard coming down the stairs must have taken it. He thought briefly about abandoning it and just running out the front door and never looking back, but his phone was in there. If his parents found out, he'd be grounded for months. Not to mention, he wouldn't have a phone. But what if whoever took it was dangerous? He couldn't be sure, but something in his gut told him he needed to go upstairs and check it out. He considered the weight of the flashlight in his hand. If someone attacked him, would it be enough to defend himself? He sure hoped so. With shaky hands and unsteady legs, he began to climb the stairs to the second floor of the house. Maybe whoever had taken his backpack was just as scared of him as he was of them. It was a comforting thought, though the comfort was short-lived. As he started down the upstairs hall, preparing to search the first bedroom, he heard a door creak open behind him. He turned and froze in wide-eyed terror at the sight. There was a figure there, emerging from the shadows. A pale woman with long, dark hair wearing a white nightgown, reaching out to him with a clawed hand. "Get out!" a voice rasped. Mark shrieked, dropped the flashlight, and tore back down the stairs. He ran to the front door, but as his hand touched the doorknob, a hand grabbed his ankle and pulled. He toppled over, landing on the ground with a painful thud. "Please," he sobbed, shaking from fear. "Don't hurt me. I'll leave. I'm so sorry. Don't kill me." He braced himself for an unearthly voice, for pain, but instead he heard gleeful cackling. He opened his eyes and saw Oliver standing above him.
I knew you couldn't do it. You're such a chicken.
He smirked.
What?
Mark stammered.
Come on, did you really think I was going to give you my car? Are you stupid?
Oliver scoffed. Clearly, Mark followed the sound of the new voice coming down the stairs. There was Chase, one of Oliver's equally awful friends.
He still believes in haunted houses. Did you like my work? I made myself.
He held up what Mark could now see was a prop, a mannequin dressed up like some kind of ghostly woman.
You gave it a good try, but I think it's time for you to run along home now,
Oliver sneered.
Yeah, run home.
Chase's taunt was cut off as he fell against the banister suddenly.
What the hell? Who pushed me?
He whirled around, but there was no one on the stairs with him. Still, Mark could hear the sound of footsteps hammering past Chase and toward him and Oliver. What happened next shocked him to his core. Oliver was dragged to his feet by the collar of his shirt, pulled by an unseen force. Then, with a loud thwack, something invisible hit him square in the nose.
Ow!
He cried out, but before he could react anymore, he was dealt another blow to the stomach, doubling over in pain.
What the?
Something swept his legs out from under him and he fell hard, head hitting the floor with a crack. Then, it was quiet. Oliver was still breathing, but very much unconscious, blood trickling from his nose.
Screw this!
Chase yelled, bolting out the door. As Mark scrambled toward the door to follow him to run home before he could be attacked next, he saw his backpack sliding across the floor toward him. "Thanks for the sandwich," a female voice said, though he couldn't see the source. "I love peanut butter." "You're welcome," he stammered before grabbing his bag and sprinting all the way home. As the story of the haunted house began to spread, rumors and local news reports alike reached the ears of the SCP Foundation. Foundation staff in the area placed infrared cameras around the abandoned house, and the footage captured a human heat signature. Whatever was in that house, it was no ghost. Using infrared cameras to track the entity, it was quickly brought into custody. Before long, the entity was opening up to the Foundation, and she offered to cooperate willingly in exchange for warm food and shelter. So the invisible woman was taken to a nearby Foundation site and given the official classification SCP-347. SCP-347 is a young adult woman, standing at approximately 164 centimeters tall. For all intents and purposes, she is a completely average woman, with one exception. She is completely invisible to the naked eye. This includes her body, as well as everything inside of it, including her blood, skin, and hair samples. Though the cones and rods of the human eye must be visible in order to see, SCP-347's vision has registered as normal following extensive tests. She refers to herself with the name Claudia, though this is assumed to be an alias inspired by Claudia Rains, the lead actor in The Invisible Man. Her real identity, if she indeed has one, has not yet been confirmed. Aside from her invisibility, SCP-347's only other notable traits are an ability to pick locks, a talent for thievery, and the ability to swallow small objects in order to turn them invisible, and then cough them up at a later time without any sickness or discomfort. She seems to crave human contact and socialization, becoming frustrated when she is ignored. She will act out in these cases by pranking people and rearranging and hiding their things. When she is left alone with someone who is sleeping, she has been known to stroke their hair, touch their face, or tuck them in. She does this, she says, because it just feels right. However, those it is done to tend to describe the behavior as unnerving. Though she is invisible in terms of visible light, she can still be seen using infrared or ultraviolet cameras. SCP-347 is currently contained at Site-1, kept in a 5-meter by 5-meter room monitored with an infrared camera. The room has an attached bathroom complete with a shower and bathtub, a queen-size bed, 2 armchairs, a desk and a swivel chair, several bookcases, a TV, and a DVD player. Her bookcases are filled with books, mainly adventure stories, romance novels, and art books, as per her request. She has also been permitted DVD copies of any movies or television shows that she asks for, as long as they predate her arrival at the SCP Foundation. New releases may be added, but only after prior approval from the research team. Though she does not frequently wear clothes, she is to be provided with any clothing that she requests, as well as a collection of makeup and wigs. She has been encouraged to dress up to her heart's content, as it allows Foundation staff to more easily gauge her location at any given time. While she is inside, the door to her room must remain locked. At least 2 staff members must check her door every hour for signs of tampering with the lock. The door may only be unlocked to allow staff in and out for interviews, research, and the delivery of meals and other requested items. She thoroughly enjoys human company and will chat, joke, and even flirt with those who visit her room. She is permitted to leave her containment if and only if she is accompanied by a staff member with at least level 2 security clearance, as well as wearing a layer of grease paint on her face and gloves on her hands. This allows the staff to see her hands and facial expressions. While she is out and about, staff are instructed to treat her with respect and avoid making any rude or crass comments about her invisibility, or her state of dress or undress. If she attempts to escape, she is to be returned to her room and locked inside. If the staff are unable to detect SCP-347's location, they will be given infrared heat vision goggles and instructed to keep an eye out for unusual phenomenon. Dr. Wrights added an addendum to her official file, warning male personnel to politely decline any advances that SCP-347 makes towards them. His note reads, "She's an invisible kleptomaniac. When you leave afterward, you're gonna realize 3 seconds too late that you don't have your keys in your pocket anymore, and you will be held accountable for whatever happens. Besides, the last thing we need is an invisible pregnancy." Dr. Wrights. Yeesh. When she was first contained, SCP-347 had regular violent outbursts and displayed signs of emotional instability, including compulsive theft and depressive episodes during which she would give all surrounding people the silent treatment. Her condition has improved gradually over time, with the application of regular counseling sessions intended to help her heal from the trauma caused by years of complete isolation and being unseen by the world around her. Several of the research staff studying Claudia have suggested that she be introduced to other SCPs, particularly those who are humanoid and considered to be non-threatening. She might, they posit, benefit from social interaction with other anomalous beings that she can relate and connect to. This, in addition to her therapy, could improve her mental and emotional state significantly. After all, just because she's invisible, that doesn't mean she has to feel invisible too. Claudia has expressed a great deal of interest in this idea, stating that it would be nice to have some friends on the inside who aren't being paid to talk to her. Though no matchups have been approved as of yet, several anomalies have been proposed should the program be put into action. SCP-507 was brought up in conversation by more than one researcher,
given his harmless nature, friendly demeanor, and fascination with the paranormal. He supported the idea enthusiastically, stating that he would be thrilled to meet a real-life invisible person. SCP-343 has also asked to meet with Claudia, believing he can potentially help her overcome some of her emotional difficulties and offer her some much-needed comfort. Other potential anomalies to introduce to Claudia include SCP-073 and SCP-056, though Claudia's flirtatious nature might complicate the latter. Everybody wants to be known, to be acknowledged, and recognized for the person that they know themselves to be. For SCP-347, it once seemed as if having that simple desire, that human need met, would be impossible for her. But now, for better or for worse, as long as she's in the custody of the SCP Foundation, Claudia can make something approximating a normal life. She can, at last, be seen.
Dozens of agents sprinted across the blacktop. Weapons drawn, they fired indiscriminately at the building ahead of them. They only had a matter of minutes to stop this mad plan before it was too late. But navigating the airbase was proving to be almost impossible. Banana peels littered the runway, tripping them over at nearly every step. Colorful plants were springing up through the cracks, ensnaring their boots and chomping at their ankles with rudimentary teeth. Somewhere high above them, a mutant reptile was throwing hammers at their head from atop a cloud of white gas. The agents struggled and fought their way to the hangar, but it was too late. The rumbling of engines, the belch of smoke, the crashing sound of a hole being blasted through the roof, they were too late. Out of the smoking hangar rose an airship, painted a sickening red and composed of hunks of scrap metal. The ship was shaped like a top hat. There was a globe on the deck and a sail billowing out of the top. The door to the airship crashed open, and out of it burst a man with a bushy mustache, denim overalls, and a red hat. His eyes burned, lit up with the flame of a man with nothing to lose. He stared down at the agents below him with a carnal fury, watching as they were chomped, crushed, and blown up beneath him. But then his eyes drifted up higher into the sky, toward the prize that he was really after, the one thing that would bring the love of his life back to him, the moon. The airship puffed out a thick cloud of acrid smoke and shot off into the air, rising higher and higher as the crazed Italian growled from its deck.
Let's go! Yahoo! Let's go!
New York City, the city that never sleeps. Or rather, the city where you can never get to sleep. The constant car horns, drunken yells, and general chaos of Manhattan can really get to you, especially if you live in a cheap apartment over a convenience store. Max had been living here for the better part of a year now, and the only way he found to unwind on the busy nights was to sit down in front of the TV and play video games. Sleep was off the table, so that was the next best thing. The pipes under his sink were busted, but he couldn't be bothered to call in a plumber. He had better things to spend his money on. He'd been desperate to buy a Switch for years, but they just hadn't dropped in price in true Nintendo fashion. He was pretty sure if he fast-forwarded to the apocalypse, he still wouldn't be able to find a Switch for anything less than full price. Staying up late checking out eBay auctions, he'd unbelievably actually found one. Some grandma was selling it along with all her grandson's other games. According to the item description, her grandson had been hospitalized after he broke both his hands trying to punch a tree. Apparently, he needed the wood to build some kind of table. Anyway, he'd been banned from playing any games as a punishment since he was getting too obsessed with them. So, lo and behold, a used Nintendo Switch was in Max's hands. He'd been waiting for years to play Super Mario Odyssey. After watching the Mario movie the other day, he couldn't be more in the mood to sit down and play supposedly one of the best games of all time. And play it Max did. Eyes glued to the screen, he sat there on his couch all the way through the night. Mario leaped through the Cap Kingdom with ease, stomped his dinosaur feet through the Cascade Kingdom, conquered the Sand Kingdom while jamming out to the music, and plowed on. After fully exploring each kingdom, he'd hop onto his hat-shaped airship and fly to the next one. All Friday night he played, and didn't even realize when the sun came up on Saturday morning. He loved to see all of his favorite characters on screen. Bowser in his white suit, Cappy in all of his spinning glory, Peach looking radiant as usual, and Sam. Max racked his brains. He was trying to remember if he'd ever come across this guy Sam in a Mario game before. He was just some Koopa, much like any of the others, except he had a white shell. Every world that Mario would visit, Sam would be there somewhere, often hidden under a sphinx or behind a waterfall. It was the same dialogue option each time. Whenever Mario approached Sam, a speech bubble would pop up. "I want salt and meats. Bring them to me. Hurry up." But try as he might, Max couldn't find any items resembling salt or meats anywhere in the game. What would they even look like? It all seemed very out of place compared to the moons he was supposed to be collecting. It was only once Max reached New Donk City and met Sam standing shiftily in a back alleyway that the dialogue changed. "No salt and meats, huh? Solve the food shortages." Max tried talking to him again, but the game wouldn't let him. No matter what he did, he couldn't interact with Sam anymore. He searched all over New Donk City, looking for anyone who could point him in the direction of some salt or meats, but there was nothing. None of the other characters mentioned anything about food shortages. That was enough of that. Taking his headset off, Max sat back on his couch and rubbed his eyes. How long had he been playing for? Long enough to work up a real appetite. Planting both hands on his knees, Max pushed himself to his feet and wandered over to the fridge. There wasn't much in there. A bowl of leftovers, some cheese, a few options, but nothing like what he was really craving. He pushed his way through the back and his eyes lit up. There, behind everything else, was a little box he'd forgotten to throw out the previous week. Mushrooms. Would they still be good to eat? He didn't care. Taking gone-off mushrooms by the handful, he shoved them into his hungry mouth. That's how he would grow big and strong. With a satisfied smile, he slammed the fridge door closed and stared at himself in the mirror. He must have been gaming for a long time. A thick tuft of hair had appeared on his upper lip. Looking this way and that, Max admired the mustache in the morning light, muttering under his breath, "Mamma mia." SCP-3843 is a little-known bug that appears in physical video games. Much like a biological virus, it is transmitted from one copy of a game to another through close proximity. If one game in a collection exhibits evidence of SCP-3843's presence, it likely means that all other games in the owner's collection also have become infected. But what is SCP-3843? Well, that much is currently unclear. The game's coding appears to undergo no changes when affected, and yet a new non-player character appears when the game is booted up. How this character manifests depends on the video game itself, but there are a number of consistent rules. Firstly, the character always fits within the world of the video game with a small identifying feature. A white-shelled Koopa in Mario, an extra crew member on the Normandy in Mass Effect 2, and even a diamond-shaped block in Tetris with a hole cut out of the middle. Secondly, this NPC is always identified as Sam, or some variation of that name if it is necessary to change it to fit the world. For example, in Elden Ring, SCP-3843 takes on the name Sam of the Starving Plains, or in Pac-Man, it becomes Sammy. One elusive characteristic of these NPC characters is their obsession with salt and meats. In the majority of incarnations, any which allow the character to have dialogue, Sam always expresses a desire to be given salt and meats, with follow-up dialogue usually complaining of food shortages. On occasion, the game will contain additional food items that seem to be generated by SCP-3843. For example, when Sam appears as a merchant in Nier Automata, it will sell you cubes of a nondescript salty meat. If the player chooses to consume those items, nothing appears to happen. Tracking down instances of SCP-3843 has become easier in recent years. The decline of physical game sales with the shift to a more digital ecosystem has meant that transmission between copies has reduced significantly. A physical disc or cartridge is required for transmission after all. What is more, Foundation testing has revealed that this SCP is incapable of infecting online-only games. Multiplayer shooters and MOBAs are totally immune to it. In fact, any game that requires an internet connection to play will be immune to transmission. While gamers do hate the trend of having to be online to play their single-player games, there is a big upside to it from the Foundation's perspective. Who knows? Perhaps there are agents placed in certain publishing studios pulling some strings to help crack down on SCP-3843 transmission. It wouldn't be the first time the Foundation has meddled with the gaming industry to try and control the outbreak. Little-known developer Indigo Games launched in 1980 to relatively small fanfare. They flew under the radar over the 3 years of their existence, closing up shop in 1983. But their effect on the games industry was enormous, as they are believed to have been the source of the original instance of SCP-3843. With the sale of physical games blowing up early in the 80s, it was the prime circumstances for SAM to spread like wildfire. Without much other choice, the Foundation had to step in. Due to a large number of SCP-3843-1 instances becoming public in 1983, the Foundation resorted to emergency containment measures. To achieve this, they caused a crash in the video game market by using their resources to influence major players. This involved financing competing home computer companies, artificially saturating the market using Foundation-owned companies and undercover elements in existing companies, using Foundation elements to encourage poor business practices in existing game publishers, and sabotaging upcoming projects. It was a success. The gaming industry slumped, and sales fell through the floor, buying enough time for the Foundation to get on top of instances of SCP-3843. You must be wondering by now, what's so bad about Sam? Just a harmless NPC popping up in video games asking for salt and meats? Where's the harm in that? You would be right. In the context of the game, no real damage was being done. The issue came from the real-world repercussions of encountering Sam. You see, when someone chooses to interact with Shopkeeper Sam, start Questgiver Sam's storyline, or engage Mini-Boss Sam in combat, it marks the beginning of a physiological change in the player. What this looks like depends on the game. For Zelda Breath of the Wild, it's just a case of the person growing blonde hair, a higher-pitched voice, and developing a sudden affinity for swordsmanship, puzzle solving, and hang gliding. The player undergoes physical change to make them more closely fit into the world of the game that they are playing, while also gaining knowledge and skills akin to what their player character would possess. The first instance of this posing a real-world threat was when Daryl McKenzie, 24, was shot dead whilst infiltrating a US military base after playing an infected copy of Metal Gear Solid. Before his death, he had exhibited high-level espionage and combat proficiency, which his family all claim he had no knowledge of prior to this event. Other cases can be even more severe, such as when the player character is not just a regular human. Infected copies of Cyberpunk 2077 and Deus Ex Mankind Divided resulted in players growing electronic implants in their own bodies, which most often leads to death as their immune system rejects the technology. Instances where the players control non-human creatures are even more severe. One woman sprouted cat ears and thick fur all over her body before suffering multiple organ failure. An agent checking her PC found that she had over 1,000 hours logged as a Khajiit character in Skyrim. Often the Foundation is only a couple of steps behind infected game copies, and so is able to step in and help those affected. This, unfortunately, was not the case with Max. 3 weeks passed, and Max felt like he was on top of the world. He fixed the problem under his sink no problem after finding he suddenly had a wealth of plumbing knowledge somewhere in his brain. He'd gone through his entire wardrobe and thrown out all the awful clothes he used to wear, replacing them with much better outfits. Red caps, denim overalls, big brown shoes. It was the perfect look for him. Every morning, he would sit in front of his mirror and sculpt his mustache to perfection, carefully trimming the hairs to the exact right shape. Exploring New Donk City was his favorite pastime. He'd kick open the door to his apartment and stroll out onto the street, looking for adventures every day. Jumping on the roofs of taxis, playing jump rope in the park with children, exploring the sewers looking for adventures, swinging around the flagpole on the Empire State Building. He was having a fantastic time, despite all the looks he was getting from passers-by. But one thing played on his mind the whole time: Peach. She was still under Bowser's control. It wasn't fair of him to have all this fun while the love of his life was a prisoner. He needed to collect enough moons. That's what mattered. But no matter where he looked in New Donk City, he just couldn't find any. The only moon he could see was the one sitting there in the night sky. Staring out of his apartment window, Mario, Max, hatched a plan. His apartment was slowly coming to life around him. Little piranha plants grew out of the pots on his windowsill. He'd bought a gun a few days ago, and already the bullets had grown little faces and arms. He was assembling a small arsenal here. enough to take the moon by force. He heard the pounding footsteps before the door to the hangar flew open. An agent stood there holding a gun in trembling fingers staring into the darkness. Max let a smile slowly creep across his face as his gloved hand hovered over the launch controls. The agent called out into the shadows. "Who's there?"
It's me,
Max cranked the lever forward, and his airship kicked into the sky.
Mario.
Gunfire rang out from all directions as the ship rose into the air. He cackled maniacally on the deck, watching the agents get torn apart by all of his traps. They weren't going to get in the way of him reaching his Princess Peach. Not today. On the ground, agents stared up as the hat ship flew away from them, higher and higher into the sky. Only the faint echo of a
Woohoo!
drifted down to their ears before Max ran out of oxygen and passed out on the deck of his ship. What do you think of when you hear the word vacation? Perhaps you imagine lying by a beach, watching the sunset over the clear blue water, feeling the sand between your toes, a tropical drink in your hand. Perhaps you see yourself in a cozy log cabin in the woods, snow gently falling outside, a roaring fire warming your feet while you catch up on your reading. Or maybe you think of a luxurious spa, seaweed wraps, natural hot springs, and cucumber slices on your eyes. But what about those of us who are sick of the usual getaways on offer, who want to take a trip that not only shakes up their routine, but their sense of reality as they once knew it? Here at Marshall Carter & Dark, we strive to provide vacation experiences for the more discerning traveler. The more, shall we say, adventurous. Someone who's had enough of those white sand beaches in the Caribbean, who's sick of villas in the south of France, and wants to invest their hard-earned money in a destination that is completely and utterly unique. We've curated a selection of potential vacation destinations to choose from for just this sort of customer. Someone with an adventurous spirit and money to burn. From the mind-bendingly surreal to the downright dangerous, we promise that a trip to one of our prestige vacation spots will help you make memories you won't soon forget, no matter how hard you try. Most of our usual clientele wouldn't dream of furnishing their home with items from an IKEA, but don't let that stop you from considering the first destination in our catalog. SCP-3008, also known as the Infinite IKEA, is less of a retail store and more of an all-inclusive experience. It looks like an ordinary IKEA from the outside, but inside, well, that's a different story altogether. Once you've passed through the main entrance to the building, the possibilities are literally endless, as the interior extends to an infinite size defying all known laws of physics. You'll find a variety of accommodations, from any furniture piece you can think of to a wide array of Scandinavian culinary delights. Just watch out for the faceless entities in employee uniforms and don't let them catch you after dark. Here's what Mary, 45 from Pennsylvania, had to say about her stay in the Infinite IKEA. "Please God, someone get me out of here. They took my husband and I'm getting so sick of meatballs." Are you something of a city slicker looking for a country mouse experience? Trying to get away from all the hustle and bustle and just kick back and relax? But also want to avoid going to the same idyllic English villages that all your friends at the country club have already tried? Look no further than Tembe, a charming little hamlet in Oxfordshire, England, with its own specialized local curse. You won't find this phenomenon anywhere else, making for a truly exclusive experience. Every 12 years, an invisible entity known as the Crooked Man spends 70 days targeting random individuals in the town's limits, corrupting the shape of their house, tormenting them with supernatural activity, and finally twisting and breaking their bones, stretching their limbs out beyond recognition. But don't worry, as a new visitor to the town, it's unlikely you'll be picked, and even if you are, who doesn't like coming home from a trip with a fresh new look? Here's what Jim, 32, from New York City, thought about his time in Tembe. "You can't imagine the things I've heard, the things I've seen. Have you ever seen a man whose legs bent in a dozen different directions, so stretched out and deformed he can't even stand up anymore? I have. The worst part was when the screaming stopped. When he got used to the feeling of stretching and cracking, bones snapping over and over and over again until it was something else. I hear that sound at night just before I fall asleep. I see him when I close my eyes. I wish it had taken me too." But maybe that isn't quite what you have in mind. Maybe you're looking for a more permanent vacation. You've had quite enough of the annoyances of everyday life, of your neighbor's dog that won't stop barking at all hours of the night, of the stranger standing too close to you in the line at Starbucks and breathing down your neck. You just want to leave it all behind for good and finally get some peace and quiet. If this sounds like you, then why not check out SCP-2935? This space-time anomaly tucked away inside of a limestone cave beneath a cemetery near Joppa, Indiana, contains the gateway to a world identical to our own, with one exception. Every single life form there is dead. From the birds and the bees to the flowers and the trees to that bartender that never makes your martini the way you like it, no matter how many times you explain it to him, they're all gone. But keep in mind, what happens in SCP-2935 stays in SCP-2935. By which I mean once you're there, you can't come back. Otherwise, death will follow you into our world, and we can't have that now, can we? I'd provide you with a testimony from a satisfied customer who stayed in SCP-2935, but every time I try to get Eliza, 27 from Los Angeles on the phone, it's just static. So I guess you'll have to take my word for it. Maybe you're not just looking for a vacation to help you get away from it all. Perhaps you're looking for a chance to self-reflect. Well, there's no better place for that than SCP-1919. Or the Hotel of Duplicates. It's an early 20th century hotel and converted mansion located at an undisclosed location. Address will be provided to you upon booking. On the outside, it's in mostly pristine condition, but looks can be deceiving. The inside is dilapidated and rotten, covered in water damage. When you enter the hotel, doppelgangers of you will manifest throughout the building, looking exactly like you with a few noticeable differences. Maybe they'll be missing their eyes or have unnaturally long arms or large jaws. Whatever the case may be, all of these mirror images will become aggressive, attempting to destroy you by any means necessary. You can either succumb to the attacks of your infinite doubles or somehow escape with your life. Talk about a way to get the blood pumping. And by coming face to face with yourself and your own flaws, you'll be able to leave the experience with a new lease on life. If you survive, that is. Roberto, 55 from Indianapolis, had a great time at the Hotel of Duplicates. Just listen to his testimony. No mirrors. Please cover the mirrors. I can't look at it. I can't look at my face. There were so many of them. So much blood. Up next is SCP-3001, or the Red Reality. After so much time trapped in there, Dr. Scranton needs some company. Just kidding, of course. We may be ruled by the almighty dollar, but we're not monsters. We'd never subject a paying customer to the horrors of the Red Reality. Speaking of red places, though, kick back poolside with SCP-354, the Red Pool. You probably will want to swap out your swimsuit for a down coat because it gets pretty cold up in the wilderness of northern Canada. But hey, a pool is a pool. This pool is filled not with chlorinated water, but a thick red liquid similar to human blood. Don't worry though, it's not actually blood. Well, that would be ridiculous. It's just a mysterious liquid of an unknown origin filling a pool that has no discernible bottom. Every so often, creatures will emerge from the pool and attempt to attack you and anything else they see. Who needs a trip to the zoo when the animals can come to you, am I right? You may encounter giant bats, a levitating black sphere that emits directed beams of radiation, an unknown abomination covered in tentacles, or something else you can't even imagine. So pour a drink, kick off your shoes, and maybe keep your favorite weapon at the ready as you lounge by the side of this picturesque red pool. Brandy, 24 from Chicago, had a fantastic time at the Red Pool. This is Mochi, she's my cloud cat. Yeah, cat made out of water vapor. She came out of the pool and I gave her some tuna sashimi and now she's my best friend. Don't get too close to her though, she's not into most humans. She'll take your skin right off. Good kitty. Pip pip cheerio, jolly old London town innit? Have you ever wanted to go to London but find it just a bit too mainstream? Well, what if there was a place you could visit that's just like London, but not quite? Well, I've got some great news for you. Person with incredibly specific tastes, SCP-1678 or UnLondon is a full-scale mirror image of London, located 1 kilometer beneath the city itself. It's a truly underground spot. If you're a fan of the vintage look, then that's even better. UnLondon is modeled after the city as it appeared in the Victorian era, with gas lighting on the streets instead of electric, and architecture reflecting that time period. London was constructed for human habitation after an apocalyptic scenario, so make yourself comfortable. Take a nap in a military-grade bunk bed, wander around the Natural History Museum's Fall of Man exhibit, and savor a nice bowl of Dr. Goody's Wonder Food. Just be on the lookout for the bobbies, mechanized corpses fashioned into makeshift police officers. They don't take kindly to trespassers. But don't take my word for it. Listen to Chuck, 44, from Boston. London was wonderful. I love consuming the nutrients found in Dr. Goody's Wonder Food. Provides me with everything my body needs. I'm not frightened of the bobbies anymore. I'm a good citizen. I do not fear the eyes in the sky, and I do not pity the wretches. They pay the price for their betrayals, and I will pay it the rest of their days. The trip was worth the scurvy. Sometimes you want to get out of civilization and spend some time reconnecting with nature, getting back to your roots. If you want to go to a place where nobody knows your name and nobody should ever find out what it is, then may I recommend SCP-4000. I can't tell you too many details about it, you'll just have to see its unique charms for yourself. But it's a forest that can be entered if you complete the proper ritual, emerge from a well, and walk down a path to your destination. There are a few strict rules you'll need to follow during your stay amongst the anomalous creatures that dwell there. Don't call anything by a consistent name. Don't answer to a consistent name. Always accept gifts, but do not consume them. And finally, if a ghost tells you it isn't a creature, obey it. Don't let all the rules scare you, though. The beings in this enchanted forest make for some really good neighbors. Just ask Barb. Shh! Don't say my name. Never say my name. If you do, they'll take it. And once my name is gone, the rest of me follows. Don't go into the forest. It's not worth it. Don't dance with them, no matter how sweetly they ask. And don't eat what they give you. Never, ever eat it. It's just like the old poem says, we must not look at the goblin men. We must not buy their fruits. Who knows upon what soil they fed their hungry, thirsty roots. I know I said that these were all vacation spots, but have you ever considered finding a new home instead? Somewhere where you could really put down roots and build a community. The people of SCP-599 are always looking for new neighbors, after all. It's a small city located in an undisclosed location, earning it the nickname Uncharted City. Don't be dissuaded by the fact that everyone living in the town matches the description of someone who went missing in a different, inferior town. This is a perfectly nice place to live, and once you visit, you'll never want to leave. Just ask Mario, 65, from Virginia. You should really think about purchasing a house here. That's such a lovely place to raise a family. Just come and stay the night, you'll see. This place was made for you. Picture this, if you will. You're staying the night in a luxurious Victorian mansion, and it's a dark and stormy night. A clap of thunder shakes you from your slumber, and a flash of lightning illuminates the bedroom where you sleep. Your heart leaps into your throat as you think you can see someone standing at the foot of your bed. You light a candle to check, but no, it's just a chair with a coat slung over the back. You're alone, just you, the enormous empty house, and the sound of rain pitter-pattering against the window. You can't relax though, can't get your mind to slip back into the blissful escape of sleep. You feel as if the walls are closing in on you, as if the room is getting smaller and smaller, enveloping you in darkness. You take your candle and use it to light the way as you slowly open the door to the bedroom with an eerie creak. Then, you step out into the hall. What was that sound? That soft sigh, the padding of footsteps coming from over there. You turn, shining the flickering light of flame in the direction of the noise, and see the figure of a woman in a long, flowing dress. She's beautiful, or she would be if she looked alive. Instead, she's pale, translucent, her wide, dark eyes staring into your very soul. You can smell the scent of rotting plumeria flowers, the salt and iron of tears and blood. Slowly, she begins to drift toward you, not walk, but float, as if her feet never touch the ground. You open your mouth to scream, but no sound comes out. She reaches her ghostly fingers out to brush your cheek, and everything goes black. Doesn't that sound like a one-of-a-kind experience? Don't be scared. That was no malicious spirit. It was just the lady of the house. Clara Rosyth may not be the best hostess, but her home is lovely. A stately mansion located in Dark Peat in Derbyshire, England. Sure, it's a little haunted, but hey, all the best historical houses are. Daphne, 42 from London, had this to say about her stay there. So cold, so cold. Check the children, please. You have to check the children. Settle down, Daphne. Go back to bed. Now, where was I? Now, maybe you don't want to be confined to the space within the walls of a haunted house, or any house for that matter. So how about we get back to nature with a nice, simple lakeside camping trip? Just set up your tent at least 50 meters away from the water and take in the crisp, fresh air and wonderful view. Feel the breeze rolling in off the lake and, oh, what's that? Do you see something floating in the water? It's alright, it's just SCP-2316. If you look for a while, it might start to look familiar. Right, Chris from Iowa? I recognize them. The bodies in the water. I know them, my friend. I'm so sorry, I have to go. I have to go to them. Alright, buddy, you do that. Anyway, if you do decide to visit SCP-2316, try and remember, you do not recognize the bodies in the water, and maybe don't take a dip in that particular lake. You've heard about Christmas in December and even Christmas in July, but how would you like to visit a place where it's Christmas all year round and the holiday fun never stops? If that sounds like heaven on earth to you, then you'll be a perfect fit for SCP-784, Christmas Cheer. This quaint little neighborhood in Texas doesn't have much to offer in terms of sights, with only 24 houses and 2 apartment buildings, but the atmosphere more than makes up for it. No matter what time of year you visit, the town will always be covered in a layer of freshly fallen snow, and every building is wrapped in Christmas lights at a density of 15 lights per square meter. And if you thought the decor was charming, wait until you meet the residents. Every person in SCP-784 is dressed in their holiday best, usually in novelty Christmas sweaters emblazoned with a smiling reindeer, Santa Claus, glittering ornaments and twinkling lights, and really just about anything that screams Christmas. During the day, the townspeople will decorate their houses and exchange presents, as well as putting on Christmas pageants and dances. When night falls, they will share eggnog, sing Christmas carols, and decorate any foreign objects that might have made their way into the town's vicinity. Just make sure that you keep your Christmas spirit at its best and brightest while you're visiting, or you might find yourself tied up with string lights and dragged into the nearest house for a bit of Yuletide reprogramming. Whether you're looking for a place to spend Christmas or just trying to inject a bit of extra festivity into your everyday life, this is the perfect place for your ho-ho-ho holiday. Unfortunately, none of our clients who've chosen this destination will stop singing carols long enough to provide testimony, but just take that as a sign that their time in this Christmas village was truly life-changing. Do you consider yourself something of a bookworm? When your friends are going out to private clubs, enjoying gourmet dinners, or headed on early morning hikes on the beach, do you prefer to stay in and crack open your favorite novel? Then perhaps you'd like a visit to the best library in any known universe. That's right, a book lover's fantasy. The Wanderer's Library is an interdimensional library that acts as the embodiment of all knowledge. Its ever-expanding collection of literature includes every book ever written, and some that haven't even been written yet in your native timeline. Wander the endless stacks of books, take in the peaceful environment, and study up on any subject your heart desires. And if you're not prepared to completely unplug, there's also Wi-Fi. Professor Lisa Graham thoroughly enjoyed her stay in the Wanderer's Library. I know a little bit about everything now. I've looked into the past, the present, the future, the greatest minds in the multiverse at my fingertips. How am I supposed to go back to my 9-to-5 job after that? Now, we have covered quite a few places under the jurisdiction of the SCP Foundation. The SCP Foundation Site-19 is the perfect getaway for a real Foundation enthusiast, someone who's a massive fan of the work they do, and excited to see all of their favorite anomalies and scientists. Meet the famous Dr. Jack Bright. Just don't touch the amulet. Say hello to Dr. Gears before he shoos you away so he can focus on his work. And do you like anomalies? Well, they've got them in spades here. SCP-035, the Possessive Mask, glowers out from its protective glass case. SCP-096 huddles in the corner of its containment cell, hiding its face. No peeking. Maybe you'll get to see SCP-049 performing one of his trademark experiments, though if you're feeling under the weather, you might not want to let him see you. Maybe you want to sneak a look at SCP-173 and see if you can catch it snapping any D-Class necks. Feel something nudging your foot? It's just the friendly instances of SCP-131, here to check things out and make sure you're having a fantastic time. If you're tired, get some rest in the employees' sleeping quarters. Hungry? Grab a bite at the canteen. There's just so much to do here at Foundation Site-19. Hey, you're not authorized to be in here. Just giving a tour, gentlemen. I'll be finished in a moment. Sir, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. If you don't comply, I'll have to use force. Looks like that's my cue. All payments can be made out to Marshall Carter and Dark. Think of us when you book your next vacation. And remember, Absolutely no refunds under any circumstances.
The creature let out an unmistakable squeal of rage as stimulus Y835 took effect. Dr. Christensen pressed his face up against the glass, eager to see the results. It had to work this time. It simply had to. He was certain that this attempt would make all the other failures worth it, and he'd once again prove the Foundation's faith in him to be well-placed. SCP-5683 shrieked a loud, insect-like sound that would have normally made the blood run cold of anyone that heard it. But to Dr. Christensen, it was like music, a monster's dying fanfare to mark his success. Soon he'd be the researcher who neutralized not one, but two tenacious, highly adaptable anomalies. The senior researcher could feel his heart racing as the deadly giant spider started to twitch, then burst into two identical entities. The pair of arachnid anomalies had reacted much like the results of the tissue sample tests conducted earlier, dividing into two separate organisms. Christensen held his breath. The tissue samples had destroyed each other, attacking and injecting the other with lethal doses of venom. Surely, he reasoned, duplicating SCP-5683 into two would have the same result. His heart sank as he watched one of the spider creatures, the duplicate, perish almost immediately. As it often did when presented with human prey, SCP-5683 attacked using its mandibles and impaled its copy with its front legs to pin it in place. The clone had bitten back, with Dr. Christensen already knowing that would have granted SCP-5683 an immunity to its own venom. Its powers of adaptation were fiercely, frustratingly efficient, and nothing demonstrated this more than the intense reaction from the man tasked with destroying it. Dr. Christensen hurled the nearest object, a coffee mug, at a glass window of the observation room, overlooking the test chamber. He pounded his fist against the glass, hardly with the required force to cause damage, but enough to send pain shooting down Christensen's wrist, which then nestled in his forearm, a reminder that the experiment, like the others, had failed.
Why can't I destroy you?
He muttered through clenched teeth, looking with hatred at the enormous spider in the chamber below. The directive had reached him the day immediately after New Year's Day 2020, and straight from a member of the O5 Council no less. Their message expressed how impressed the Council was with Dr. Christensen's success with the Doomsday Clock project, and how favorably his name had been mentioned in Council meetings. This boded well for the ambitious Foundation doctor. He'd been hoping to snag the director position at Site-04 now that Director Bray had retired. But there was one more test from the O5 Council. They wanted Dr. Christensen to use the knowledge garnered during his previous success to solve the SCP-5683 problem. If he could successfully complete that assignment, it would be his ticket to being promoted. With the comfy role of site director and all its perks in mind, Dr. Christensen accepted the assignment from the Council to deal with SCP-5683. SCP-5683 was quite the beast, not an anomaly for those with intense arachnophobia. The huge spider-like organism was extremely hostile towards humans and had to be kept in a constant state of medical sedation. Otherwise, it would relentlessly attempt to breach containment and slaughter any and all personnel in its path. What had made SCP-5683 such a problem for the Foundation was the creature's ability to rapidly regenerate damage, as well as modify its own body in reaction to threats. Much like a certain particularly hard-to-destroy reptile, the spider-like entity could adapt itself to become more resistant to any danger posed to it. And of course, this meant that the Foundation needed this dangerous creature eradicated. The frequent containment breaches and sheer number of casualties caused by the arachnid anomaly were significant enough to cause an increasing drain on the SCP Foundation's resources. So, with the termination order coming from the very top, the O5 Council themselves, Dr. Christensen was tasked with overseeing the neutralization of SCP-5683. During an initial deliberation, Dr. Christensen met with researcher Miles and Hall, junior researcher Silva, and security chief A.K.A. to discuss earlier attempts to terminate SCP-5683. The new head of the Termination Project was perturbed to learn that the research team had little in the way of useful information to offer, beyond what the Foundation already knew about the creature. But Christensen decided some basic stress testing would at least be a start. After a successful tissue sample test, wherein some of SCP-5683's genetic material was incinerated, Dr. Christensen tried to simply destroy the spider with fire. An understandable response, to say the least. However, exposing SCP-5683 to temperatures of 850 degrees Celsius for just 30 seconds didn't quite yield the easy victory he had hoped for. The arachnid thrashed about and screeched in reaction to the heat, only to rapidly develop a form of armor plating covering its entire body. The armor was comprised of an unknown, unidentifiable substance, but it was enough to prevent SCP-5683 from combusting. Reconvening with the rest of the team, Dr. Christensen hid his pride, assuring everyone he was just trying to establish a baseline during the previous test. Of course, he hadn't believed that terminating SCP-5683 with fire would be a success, or so he claimed, hiding how much he'd longed for an easy solution so he could snatch up the vacant Site-04 director position. But to ensure the others, Christensen explained that he'd requisitioned some anomalous materials from the O5 Council that they'd be using in their next termination attempts. Nothing that was anomalous enough to require containment, but toxic enough that they presented a few options for destroying SCP-5683. Just for logging purposes, sir, may I inquire about the specific substances we're shipping in? Junior researcher Sylvia had asked. Of course, Y220, Y835, and Y43. Dr. Christensen quickly recounted them all from memory. I'm told they should be arriving within the week. I expect each would be enough to do the job, but it's best to hedge our bets. This spider doesn't compare to the lizard, I'll tell you that. Junior researcher Silva seemed to take an interest in what Dr. Christensen had just alluded to, his previous work with the lizard. He probed further about it, and Christensen gave a solemn response. The aspiring Foundation doctor recalled an incident from a few years earlier during his experimentation with SCP-682. Some of the methods Dr. Christensen had opted to employ in an attempt to destroy the hard-to-destroy reptile had led to a severe containment breach. When describing it, he used the word unpleasant, perhaps out of guilt at how many personnel had lost their lives due to his actions. Brushing the topic aside, he assured the team to get on with testing the new anomalous stimuli on SCP-5683. Stimulus Y220 initially showed some promise. During a tissue sample test, it successfully converted part of SCP-5683 into glass, which then violently exploded, leaving nothing behind. But attempts to use it to neutralize the creature itself quickly quashed those promising results. Within 9 seconds of being exposed to Stimulus Y220, SCP-5683's body rapidly turned to glass. Around 80% of its arachnid mass proceeded to explode, shattering in all directions, sending clear shards showering over the testing chamber. As he watched, Dr. Christensen allowed himself to believe that this was mission accomplished, that he'd successfully terminated SCP-5683. But his celebration was premature. The spider quickly began reconstituting itself, its body regenerating within the space of 30 seconds. After testing with both stimuli Y220 and Y835, Dr. Christensen's frustration seemed to be increasing with each failed attempt. He knew his promotion was within reach, and as far as he could remember, he'd done good work with damaging SCP-682. Why should eradicating this anomalous spider be any different? However, it was a test with stimulus Y436 that enraged the ambitious doctor. Expecting the anomalous stimulant to turn SCP-5683 into a fine mist, Christensen watched as the creature's body vanished, literally vaporizing, changing states of matter to little more than water in the air. Suddenly, every light in the facility powered off, plunging the testing chamber into darkness. When the lights came back on, SCP-5683 was standing on all 8 legs, right where it had been missed only 3 seconds earlier. The research team had gathered for another mediation, and Dr. Christensen's anger still hadn't subsided. He kicked a chair to emphasize his frustration, alarming junior researcher Silva, who urged him to calm down. After eventually cooling his temper, Christensen made an announcement that caused even greater concern to spread amongst the team. I'm requisitioning Y910. Researcher Halls and Researcher Miles objected, trying to get Dr. Christensen to realize that the course of this action was excessive, overkill even. But Christensen disregarded them, standing by his latest method for terminating SCP-5683. The Global Occult Coalition had previously used Y910 to poison gods. He felt sure that it would work on one anomalous giant spider. His time was running short. Dr. Christensen was aware that any day now, the O5 Council would be appointing a replacement director of Site-04, and he wanted that promotion. And he didn't seem to care what corners he cut and what risks he took to get there, even if it meant endangering his research personnel. Dr. Christensen declared that in order to save time, he would be bypassing tissue samples to test for termination attempts. The longer it took to terminate the anomalous arachnid, the more his window of opportunity closed, and the further the director position slipped from his fingertips. Accepting full responsibility for the reckless decision and anything that might go wrong, Dr. Christensen wanted to use Stimulus Y910 directly on SCP-5683. He urged the research team to make the necessary preparations, unaware of what his decision would lead to, and the chaos it had already caused. The test was catastrophic, so much so that it caused a containment breach. With SCP-5683 loose and scuttling about the facility on its multiple legs, Dr. Christensen and Junior Researcher Silva were forced to rush to the secure bunker on site for safety. Christensen was in a state of panic until he noticed something, and not for the first time either. He'd been detecting a foul smell whenever he'd conducted the meetings to discuss termination options. But the other members of the research team had quickly explained it was nothing more than repeated accidents in the cafeteria. But here was the stench again, worse than ever. Yet Junior Researcher Silva brushed it off again, stating that SCP-5683 must have gotten into the facility's reactor. The junior researcher quickly became inconsolable, stating that the whole situation was his fault. Dr. Christensen interjected, demanding to know how it was and what Silva had done to cause this situation. He replied that it was his duty to oppose ill-advised actions, and when Christensen had declared his intention to use Y910, the junior researcher hadn't opposed him. Shifting the blame from himself onto his subordinate, Dr. Christensen chastised Silva over how many personnel had died because of the junior researcher's refusal to do his job, ignoring that it was Christensen's own ambitions that had led to the current chaos. Refusing to be made a scapegoat, Dr. Christensen vowed to pin the full culpability for SCP-5683's containment breach onto Junior Researcher Silva, saying he'd tell the O5 Council the so-called truth about what had happened. But Silva pointed out that there wasn't much of a likelihood that the bunker would survive the reactor overloading. He urged the ambitious Foundation doctor to admit some responsibility of his own for what had happened, but Christensen refused. Suddenly, there came a thunderous banging at the bunker door. A debilitating pang of fear struck Dr. Christensen, causing him to scream and retreat from the entrance, yelling "No" and "Please," as if he was pleading with the universe itself to spare him from the spider. Junior Researcher Silva walked over to the bunker door just as strong arachnid legs tore the heavy steel bulkhead off its hinges like it was made of little more than wet paper. There was SCP-5683, the enormous spider skittering into the bunker, screeching all the while. Silva had put himself between SCP-5683 and the ambitious Foundation doctor, whose hunger for a promotion had led to all this carnage. The junior researcher announced his noble intention to sacrifice himself, occupying the creature while urging Christensen to run. The doctor shoved Silva towards the spider and prepared to run, then all of a sudden, SCP-5683 vanished. Junior Researcher Silva told Dr. Christensen he was disappointed, before Researcher Miles, Researcher Hall, and Security Chief A.K.A. all entered the bunker through the torn open hole where the door had been. Christensen questioned where SCP-5683 had gone, to which Silva explained there was little reason to keep a dummy around once it had served its purpose as a substitute. "You mentioned you worked with the lizards, sir," the junior researcher recounted. "That there was a containment breach. If you don't terribly mind me asking, how did you escape that situation? It seemed quite lethal, didn't it?" Afraid and confused, Dr. Christensen asked where he was. Hall and Miles urged him not to ask questions he already knew the answer to. Silva explained who they all were, a jury, specifically Dr. Christensen's jury, and according to them, the ambitious doctor had disgraced himself again. Christensen had been there for a long time, a considerably long time, reliving the same events over and over again, with SCP-5683 acting as a substitute for SCP-682. It was the same situation, he'd made the same decisions, the same mistakes, and it had cost lives. Now Dr. Christensen was trapped in an endless loop, penance for the casualties that had occurred at his hands, all in the pursuit of his own selfish personal gain. He asked the jury how long he'd be stuck there, a question Silva responded to with, "Until you take responsibility, sir." Immediately, Dr. Christensen tried to admit that this all had been his fault, but he didn't mean it. Not really. He hadn't accepted blame. He just wanted a quick and easy way out of the loop, and the jury of his deceased personnel knew it. Christensen ran for the door in the hopes of escaping his fate. Futile as his chances were, a black iron chain appeared from around the corner and wrapped itself around the overambitious doctor's throat, ignorant of his pleas for forgiveness. Saying he was sorry wouldn't bring back the people who died in service of his aspirations to becoming a site director. The chain dragged Dr. Christensen through the facility at such a speed that he collided with every wall and every corner as he turned sharply, being pulled along the floor. But that and the walls quickly crumbled away, revealing a sight that made Dr. Christensen start screaming that it wasn't his fault, and he never really stopped. What followed involved a great deal of blood and fire. Once it was over, it left behind the same awful stench the doctor had smelt before, and he'd soon be smelling it again too, as the cycle repeated itself. The directive had come straight from a member of the O5 Council. They were impressed with Dr. Christensen, and the ambitious Foundation doctor had been hoping to snag a director position at Site-04. But there was one final test for Dr. Christensen to solve the SCP-5683 problem. Violent chaos unfolds across the shoreline. Huge fleshy tendrils slither out of the water, grabbing people who try to flee and drag them into the depths, as giant harpoons made of bone whiz across the beach, cutting down unfortunate sunbathers in droves. It is a terrifying massacre, but you'd never in a million years be able to guess its source. On April 10th, 2010, something strange began to happen in the three Portlands. Now, the anomalous extra-dimensional city-state that overlaps with the locations of Portland, Oregon, Portland, Maine, and the Isle of Portland is no stranger to unusual occurrences, so it took the population a little while to notice that something was happening. But for some unknown reason, sailboats and motorboats were beginning to vanish from the city. The disappearances occurred overnight, when there was no one around to witness them, but slowly, the citizens began to notice that their friends and family members were going out in their watercrafts and never returning home. By April 15th, the civilians were becoming noticeably concerned, fearing the worst. On April 16th, their worst fears were confirmed when two local ghosts, Ankar Ahmed and Greg Moore, went for a nighttime stroll along the harbor. They heard a sudden commotion and rushed to the scene of the disturbance. They arrived just in time to see a living individual being dragged into the watery depths by a large, vein-like tendril. Ahmed asked Greg to wait on land while he ventured out into the water to look for the victim. Unfortunately, Ahmed never came back, and Greg took his story to the Three Portlands Police Department. After waiting a few days for the local man-eating clam populace to migrate, the FBI Unusual Incidents Unit mounted a formal investigation. On the morning of April 17th, all of the missing vehicles suddenly reappeared. This left the UIU and the people of the city with even more questions. Where had all the boats gone? Why were they suddenly back? And what had happened to the missing people who had not been returned along with them? On April 19th, UIU agents dove into the harbor to search for any unusual activity, and while they didn't spot anything especially strange, they did discover that there were fewer animals in the harbor than usual. On April 21st, the threat that had been preying on the citizens of Three Portlands actually made itself known. At 11:19 a.m., 17 boats moved away from the docks on their own, drifting up onto shore, though no one could be seen captaining any of them. As the boats lined up, they began to form a wall blocking access to the water. No one could get in or out. Civilians watched in shock as the boats began to warp and change before their eyes, growing thick masses of scales on their surfaces, sprouting harpoon guns that fired bony projectiles, and slashing veiny tendrils at anyone within reach. The citizens began to panic, running in every direction in an attempt to escape the monstrous boats. But they were too slow to evade the attacks, and the boats snatched them off of the shore and yanked them aboard, using their harpoons to impale those who managed to run farther than the tendrils could stretch. As the army of fleshy boats closed in around the shore, a tugboat broke through the surface of the water. Unlike the rest of the boats, it had a noticeable hole in its hull and was missing its wheelhouse. At an unnaturally quick pace, the tugboat began to advance onto land, using its tendrils to drag itself along the shore and into the more populous part of town. It grabbed civilians at random, absorbing their blood into its metallic surface as it went. Suddenly, it spotted Albert Izzat, a noted member of the Church of the Broken God, and began to focus its attack on him. But before the tugboat monster could reach Izzat, a city security golem interfered. Sadly, though the golem put up a valiant fight, the anomaly was able to destroy it by falling onto it again and again until the golem was no longer able to get back up. There are few creatures that would survive having a boat drop itself on top of them repeatedly, and sadly the security golem was not one of them. With the golem out of the way, the boat continued to drag itself through the streets wildly, crashing through the side of a local restaurant where its owner, an entity known as the Gruel, was in the middle of a busy brunch service. At the sight of the invading watercraft, the Gruel set down his pitcher of bottomless mimosas, wiped his hands on his apron, and grabbed his trusty dual-wield swords from underneath the counter. He kept them there in case someone attempted to dine and dash, but he figured they would do just fine against a blood-drinking tugboat. While the Gruel kept the tugboat busy, UIU forces were able to break through the barricade of boats for a brief period of time, allowing more security golems to enter the area, as well as allowing more citizens to escape. Unfortunately, this little victory was short-lived as further unforeseen horrors drudged themselves up from the deep. The reanimated corpses of various species native to the harbor began to crawl out of the water, surrounding the Gruel and allowing the tugboat to escape the fight. As it made its way back to the harbor, every boat it passed attempted to toss bodies onto the tugboat, covering it in fresh blood. Slowly but surely, the damage to the tugboat began to repair itself. Once the boat had regained its strength, it set its sights on a previously untouched cargo ship. An observing UIU officer determined that the boat was somehow attempting to convert the cargo ship to transform it into another one of its fleshy allies. But before the transformation could take place, a cargo crate broke open, spilling over 1,000 hardtack crackers. Suddenly, the tugboat stopped everything that it was doing. It took one tendril and began to count each individual cracker that had spilled out. While the tugboat was distracted with its task, a citizen offered the UIU use of their rare metals cannonball collection in the fight to apprehend the aggressive boat. One particular cannonball, made from electrum, was able to puncture the hull of one of the infected ships, rendering it motionless. They were elated to have found a weapon that worked against these boats. While the tugboat continued to count, the remaining townspeople gathered all of the electrum they could find and began to fight back against the boats. One by one, the boats sank, and all the while the tugboat continued to count. In the meantime, UIU officers managed to free the Gruel from his zombie attackers. They presented him with an electrum cannonball, which he proceeded to punch finger holes into and wield like a bowling ball. Then the Gruel had a score to settle. No one, whether human, ghost, or tugboat, was going to mess with his brunch. The Gruel barreled towards the harbor, grabbed hold of the still distracted tugboat, and punched it hard with his cannonball fist. If the tugboat could breathe, the punch would have knocked the air out of its lungs. The Gruel then threw the tugboat out of the water and continued the savage beating before preparing to destroy the battered vehicle once and for all. He lifted it up into the air, jumped up to follow it, and hit it with so much force that the tugboat careened through the air, colliding with a portal that had transported it to the Isle of Portland. Luckily, this portal could only be unlocked via a high-speed impact from a water-based vehicle. Speaking of luck, an SCP Foundation team was returning to the Isle from a failed mission just as the anomalous boat appeared in their reality. The object was knocked unconscious by the impact of its travel and the beating from the gruel, and in its incapacitated state, it was transported to a nearby Foundation site. There it was contained and given the designation of SCP-6426. Due to its anomalous traits, including the consumption of blood, a talent for hypnosis, and a compulsive counting habit, it was also given the nickname the Vampire Boat. SCP-6426 is a Keter-class sapient hostile entity that, in an inactive state, bears the appearance of a harbor tugboat in a constant state of rust and degradation. Any blood or organs containing blood that come into contact with the boat will be absorbed through the metal, causing the degradation to visibly improve as a result. The most effective blood appears to come from humans, cetaceans, and a few specific species of cetaceans. The entity does not only use the absorbed blood to improve its appearance, but is also capable of using it to create organic additions to its body, including the vein-like tendrils spotted in the 3 portlands, cognitohazardous eyes attached to bending eye stalks, harpoon guns, and cannons capable of firing ammunition made from anomalous species of barnacles. These barnacles are capable of reanimating dead tissue on contact, and SCP-6426 frequently uses them to create instances of SCP-6426-C, masses of reanimated tissue that the boat uses to aid in its attacks or self-defense. SCP-6426 uses its tendrils to grab prey and drag them towards itself, but the tendrils serve an additional purpose as well. Each of the tendrils has a mouth on the tip, similar in structure to that of the North American medicinal leech. When the tendril has made contact with its prey, the mouth will then bite into the spinal column of the creature, causing its brain function to cease as its canines grow long and hollow, hard scales form on their skin, and their muscle mass and bone density increase. Once they have been transformed in this way, organisms taken by SCP-6426 are designated SCP-6426-A. These instances are used to the entity's advantage, helping it to extract blood from victims at a distance, as well as providing an additional line of defense and offense. In the event that SCP-6426 encounters another watercraft, it is able to use SCP-6426-A to convert the vehicle into an instance of SCP-6426-B. These converted boats are similar to SCP-6426 and are able to function on their own. However, they are unable to produce their own eye stalks or cannons, unable to create SCP-6426-A instances, and do not appear to be as intelligent as their creator. In the early days of its containment, the exact nature of the anomaly's intelligence was the subject of debate amongst the research staff. However, on one specific occasion, the Foundation was able to establish a line of direct communication with SCP-6426 and conduct the first, and so far the only, interview with the vampiric tugboat. The inciting incident occurred when the arrival of the Foundation's latest hardtack shipment was delayed, leaving the boat with nothing to count and nothing to keep it occupied. Freed from the bounds of counting, it managed to escape and grab hold of several Foundation staff members with its tendrils. After chasing the boat through the site, guards were able to corner it, prompting the boat to absorb the bodies it had taken and use the organic material to produce a siren that emitted the sound of a human voice. It is through this siren that SCP-6426 responded to interview questions, using the voice of one of its victims. Junior researcher Sajad Williamson, in spite of his protests, was selected to conduct the interview. His fellow staff members refused to take no for an answer, and as the newest hire, the unpleasant job fell on his shoulders. Much to everyone's surprise, the anomaly began the conversation rather politely, saying, "I am so sorry. I thought you were those self-righteous lunatics from the church. I apologize profusely for any trouble I may have caused, and I want to point out I fully support your mission. Yes, our first line of defense against the undersea menace. I am more than willing to punch sharks. Cetaceans, yes, right. How rude of me, yes." Dr. Williamson's first question concerned SCP-6426's apparent intended victim back in 3 Portlands, Albert Izzat. SCP-6426 responded, "Albert? His first name is really Albert." "Well, what other relationship is there to say besides the hunter and the hunted?"
Admiral Izzat is a ruthless man, known for terrorizing and slaughtering people like me. He was leading a search party of those barbaric notophiles, intending to gut me like a seal.
What do you mean, people like you? Dr. Williamson inquired.
Free thinkers, of course. People who are unafraid to break from the mold to carve their own path in life instead of following the predetermined route set by that ignorant check valve. The church is built upon a foundation of lies. No one's really a petty officer on this ship. We're all just cabin boys, stumbling around in the dark as we follow the commands of an offhand COB. If you want real power, real freedom, all you have to do is listen for the call of the beast. Open the porthole, and he'll squeeze you right through.
Dr. Williamson, feeling rather in over his head, attempted to convince one of his colleagues to take over. When he refused, however, Dr. Williamson continued. Could you explicate your activities within the harbor and how you arrived there?
Well, after I got the boatswains off my trail, I found a cave to hide in. I was forced to hide in, yes, forced to hide deep in the cave, which turned out to be a tunnel. Surprisingly, the tunnel led to some coastal community where I took refuge, licking my wounds in the safety of the depths as those zealots stalked the surface. I spent my time preparing, gathering the strength necessary to face them once more, until I was ambushed, assaulted within my hideout by a boatswain. I fought for my life as I was forced out into the open and descended upon by a manner of monsters and freaks, all this orchestrated by that scumbag Izzat. I was beaten within an inch of my life before. I'm not quite sure what happened after that. I believe I was knocked unconscious. You'll have to illuminate me on how I came to be in your custody.
At this point, the interview began to veer in an odd direction. The boat expressed confusion about the nature of Williamson's questions, specifically how little they related to the subject of sharks and punching them. It was at this point that the site director sought guidance from the Multi-U department. A researcher there informed Williamson about the confusion. SCP-6426 had mistaken the SCP Foundation for another organization, the Shark Punching Center. Dr. Williamson resumed the interview, prepared to play along and keep the boat comfortable. Unfortunately, Williamson was a terrible liar.
Yes, we are the Shark Punching Center. We will determine if you are a suitable candidate to carry out the mission to search, punch, and contain salations.
This verbal misstep caused SCP-6426 to become suspicious. After a moment, it pieced together the truth and began to throw itself against the wall in a desperate attempt to escape. It was apprehended by security guards, who impaled it with a naval ram and returned the watercraft to its containment cell. The exact reason for its apparent fear and hatred of the Foundation is currently unknown, and the boat has made no attempt to speak since. Currently, SCP-6426 is kept in a 39-meter by 39-meter by 50-meter containment chamber. Beneath the chamber, there is an artificial lava tube. The tugboat has a naval ram through its hull and engine, holding it in place. This ram is checked daily for signs of degradation, as it is the primary force keeping the anomaly immobile. If the ram is ever removed or damaged somehow, a failsafe system will activate, releasing 100 hardtack crackers and 2 pieces of electrum into the containment chamber. This is intended to keep the tugboat occupied until the naval rod can be replaced. If for some reason the naval rod fails and the boat runs out of hardtack to count, well, there will be nowhere on water or land that we can hide. Imagine you were out in public and you found yourself injured. Maybe you were in an accident and couldn't move, or someone had mugged you, and in the ensuing scuffle, you'd ended up getting hurt. Laying on the cold, filthy concrete of the sidewalk in desperate need of help, what could be the one thing that might make you feel even the slightest bit better? Something the very sight of would be enough to tell you everything was going to be okay. The flashing lights drawing closer, accompanied by the sound of tires on the road and a wailing siren, all signs that an ambulance is on its way. But what if the ambulance that came to assist you ended up making you feel far worse than you were before, and leaving you with injuries unlike anything you'd ever seen? What if it wasn't an ambulance at all that came to help you, What if you were found by SCP-4419 instead? Jeremy had been having a somewhat normal day until his accident. Work had been another shift of long, arduous hours spent behind his desk. 5 o'clock finally rolled around. He grabbed his bag and punched out. If he'd maybe left a few minutes later, he might have gotten away unscathed. Instead of getting caught in the mad rush of people leaving work, Jeremy usually took the back streets and avoided main roads as a shortcut to get home. There was less traffic, even during the rush, and that made crossing the streets safer, usually. He had been looking the other way when a car came speeding down the mostly empty side street. The driver had slammed the brakes, but only too late, knocking Jeremy down. Winded, he collapsed, unable to stand as the force of the impact had broken his leg. The driver and a few nearby onlookers huddled around Jeremy as he lay there with his injury. Suddenly, the noise of an ambulance caused the other pedestrians to mostly disperse. Still trying to catch his breath, in the last moments of his fading consciousness, the last thing he remembered seeing were a pair of figures. They had jostled rather aggressively through the crowd, reaching down to lift Jeremy up and shoved him into the emergency vehicle. They were considerably rude for medical professionals. Nobody around wanted to argue with them. Most would even go so far as to call them hostile, but that was nothing compared to the horror that awaited him when he reopened his eyes, laying back on the road where he'd been found. His body had been rearranged. He barely recognized it as his own. It was like he had been turned into some grotesque animal made using human parts. His arms and legs had been rearranged to protrude from his torso in an unnatural configuration. What felt even worse was that his fingers, toes, hands, feet, they all still worked. All Jeremy could do was scream until he slipped back under. A man turned into something else entirely. Bad days can happen to the best and worst of us, and sometimes those bad days can spiral into very, very bad nights. Mike had been having a night like that. Earlier that day, he'd lost a fair sum of money at the races. Gambling was one of his many vices, as was alcohol, and to commiserate his loss, Mike had hit the bar. Unfortunately, his already foul mood was nudged into full-blown temper when another patron accidentally bumped into him. The ensuing bar fight was a complete, disoriented, drunken mess of glasses being smashed and fists thrown. One managed to connect hard with Mike's jaw, breaking it and leaving him sat on the sidewalk in pain. Cop cars had shown up, officers breaking up the ruckus and paramedics arriving to treat the more badly injured patrons. It was then that 2 paramedics silently walked up to Mike and grabbed him by both arms. As much as he tried to pull away from their forceful grip, his arms were covered in bruises and cuts from the glass. Their fingers dug in, honing in on those painful, wounded spots so that Mike could really feel his own injuries as they pulled him up against his will. Trying to verbally protest only hurt his jaw further, meaning he could barely call for help as he was bundled into the back of an ambulance, doors slamming shut behind him. The next morning introduced Mike to a whole new and far grislier definition of the word hangover. One of the staff who worked at the bar found him, just waiting outside when she came up to open for business a few days later. Sitting out front, Mike had been left in the gutter, although it took the bartender a moment to notice just what was wrong with him, and when she saw it in full, she screamed. Instead of Mike's jaw being fixed, it had been wrenched open, far wider than natural. It was locked in a permanent, gaping expression, the sides of his lips sporting splits that ran all the way into his cheeks. Lodged between both rows of Mike's teeth, fused to his gums, was a piece of glass, too thick for him to break to free his jaw or even bite down on. A mouthful of glass shards and blood, cuts lining the inside of his cheeks, fragments lodged inside his tongue. All of that might have been preferable, a mercy, compared to what actually happened. The glass was keeping his mouth stretched out, stopping him from speaking like a transparent gag. And as if not being able to speak or beg for help wasn't bad enough, anyone that looked through that little window was also offered a whole other horrific view. They could see Mike's heart. It had been pulled from his chest and reattached at the back of his throat, still beating as tears rolled down his face. He couldn't eat, talk, only breathe through his nose, and it hurt. Reg and Lee had vowed when they first got married to love each other for better or for worse, in sickness and in health, until death did they part. And death very nearly almost parted them. If given the choice between dying together or suffering through what ended up being done to them, not even their love for each other would have made them want to stay alive. The rain was beating down on the windshield as the couple drove home in silence. They'd had a big argument. In fact, it was small in the grand scheme of their relationship, just a lover's quarrel. In that moment, though, it felt like the biggest problem in the world, as those types of squabbles often do. But it would have seemed quaint compared to the fate that awaited both Lee and her husband that night. Visibility was poor. The headlights were doing little to help Reg see through the downpour or the dark. He found it so hard to see that he almost missed their turn, quickly wrenching the steering wheel to try and correct the mistake. Reg lost control of the car as it slid on the slippery road, flipping sideways and rolling as the rain continued to pour. The airbags deployed. The force of being thrown around even with her seatbelt on caused Lee to suffer a number of broken ribs. Meanwhile, Reg's arm was broken when the driver's side door connected with the ground and dented inwards. As the couple were left buckled in their seats, upside down and both crying at the pain of their injuries, they spotted the unmistakable silhouette of an ambulance driving through the rain towards them. They were both so relieved that neither one of them realized they hadn't called the emergency number yet. Although the rain had long since stopped by the time Lee woke back up, the storm was just beginning. Her head was spinning. Everything was sore and aching. She had expected to be in a hospital, maybe with Reg in her bed beside her, both of them recovering but alive at least. Pushing herself up by her cut, bloody hands, Lee could feel something heavy behind her, a weight on her back, like having a rucksack strapped to her, only it was harder to move. Almost the same mass as a person. Slowly looking over her shoulder, Lee screamed when she saw the flesh of her back had been fused to Reg's, their skin melted and stuck together like candle wax, each of them unable to pull away without the pain of feeling like they were being ripped apart. To make matters worse, Lee had undergone other modifications. Talk about in sickness or health. Living alone, Rodney was relatively content with his life. Since retiring, he'd been able to spend his twilight years appreciating the little things, spending most of his time out in the garden, tending to his flowers, and occasionally enjoying the company of his adult son. Unfortunately, with old age comes the increased risk of health problems, and to say Rodney had himself more than his fair share of heart difficulties, or a bum ticker as he called it, was an understatement. While out in his garden, Rodney suffered a violent heart attack and collapsed, wheezing and struggling to breathe. Luckily, his son Keith was in the house at the time. He witnessed his elderly father drop to the ground and ran out to help him, calling for an ambulance as he tried to calm Rodney down. The emergency services seemed to arrive much quicker than Keith had been expecting, a pair of paramedics rushing through the house to lift his dad away. What struck him as strange was neither one would tell Keith which hospital they were taking his dad to, and they outright refused to let him ride in the back of the ambulance to keep Rodney lucid and reassure him that he was in safe hands. When Keith went to climb into the back, one of the paramedics pushed him by the chest with enough strength to knock him over. As he pulled himself off the concrete, the rear door slammed shut and the ambulance sped away to God knows where with Rodney in the back. After a few days of hearing nothing, Keith had already tirelessly been calling every hospital in the area to ask if his dad had been admitted. None of them had seen Rodney, and his worried son had just been about to call the police to file a missing persons report when his elderly father appeared on the doorstep. Immediately, Keith drove his dad to the emergency room, trying to explain what had happened with the strange ambulance. While the hospital maintained that it wasn't one of theirs, they admitted Rodney and gave him a full examination, only to find something that would turn the stomachs of the world's most seasoned doctors. Rodney had more than one heart. Someone had given him not just a spare, but 11 additional hearts. They were stuffed between his natural organs, like too many books squeezed together on a shelf, and not one of them was beating. They were causing far more harm than good. Rodney's insides were riddled with these foreign bodies that were stopping his lungs from fully inflating, resting on his stomach, and wreaking havoc with his bodily functions. Upon discovery of these extra hearts, Rodney was rushed into the operating theater, with his son nervously pacing in the corridor outside. Sadly, a doctor would soon appear to tell Keith that the moment the surgeons removed one of the additional hearts, Rodney's old bum ticker had finally given out. Sometimes, as sad as it may be to reconcile with, tragedy strikes. One night, a fire broke out in a crowded bar, leading to a whole host of people suffering severe burns and requiring urgent medical attention. What they received instead was far more brutal and barbaric. Joyce had been in the bar when the alarms started to ring. Nobody knew what had started it, only that they needed to evacuate. But it didn't take the flames long to reach the alcohol behind the bar, and before long the whole place was ablaze, everyone panicking and barging past each other to get out. Once free of the searing heat, swapping it for the biting cold of the night air, the commotion didn't seem to end. Someone near her pointed to an ambulance that had just arrived, and a duo of paramedics that were manhandling some of the more badly burned bar patrons, forcing them into the back of their vehicle. Along with about 6 others, Joyce marched up as the group protested how the injured drinkers were being treated. When the paramedics refused to stop, things got uglier. The ensuing brawl left Joyce and the other 6 people with skull fractures, but rather than just leave them behind, the paramedics grabbed them too. Joyce was pushed into an already overcrowded ambulance. There were 26 people crammed in there total, including her. 19 of them had nasty burns on their skin, wounds that were only made worse by being packed together in such a tight space and jostled around as the ambulance drove away. There were no sign of the missing 26 bar patrons for around a week. The families of those that had disappeared after the fire urged the police to keep searching for them. With no bodies recovered at the scene by firefighters, nobody had a clue where the group had gone. Joyce's partner, Al, even printed off missing flyers and handed them out to anyone who would take them. They also happened to be the caretaker of a local community center, and after another day of worrying tirelessly about Joyce, Al moped back there to clean and lock the place up. What they found waiting for them was like something out of an old horror B-movie, or something found in the deepest parts of the ocean. Filling one of the rooms of the community center was a huge, watery mass. It wasn't pure liquid, although Al first mistook it as the result of a leaking pipe. The mass was fluid. It twitched and shivered whenever they reached out to touch it, almost like a living thing, or what was left of a few living things. Say, 26 bar patrons melted down and reduced to a collective liquid mass. Now, you'd think having an accident out in public would be as bad as things got, but that's nothing compared to being injured in the line of duty, right in the middle of a war zone. That's what happened to Private Jackson. While he and his squad were out on a routine patrol in Afghanistan, a group of enemy insurgents ambushed the United States' soldiers. During the ensuing firefight, Private Jackson sustained a severe gunshot wound, leaving him bleeding out. His comrades had called for a medical evacuation and were expecting a U.S. Army helicopter to arrive at any moment. What none of them had expected was a city ambulance driving towards them across the battlefield as if it was the most normal sight on Earth. Already suspicious of the approaching vehicle, Private Jackson's fellow teammates raised their weapons at the approaching paramedics. Despite the soldiers' demands for them to identify themselves, neither one of the ambulance attendants seemed to pay them much mind, grabbing Private Jackson and dragging the wounded soldier towards the vehicle. He called to the rest of his squad wanting to be let go, having no idea where he was about to be taken or why. The commanding officer barked at the pair of EMTs, warning if they didn't release Private Jackson, then his men would open fire. Still, the paramedics didn't seem to be listening. Just as they threw Jackson into their ambulance and climbed into the cab at the front, the other soldiers opened fire. Squeezing their triggers, bullets were spat from their weapons, riddling the metal sides of the vehicle as it began to drive away, siren blaring and lights flashing. Every shot that connected with the ambulance seemed to cause it to leak a viscous black fluid, like an oil. But despite this, it did little to deter the ambulance from driving away with Jackson captive in the back. After being successfully extracted from the battlefield, the remainder of the squad were airlifted back to safety, arriving back at their nearby base the following day. Each one of them were solemnly silent. All of them were confused as to how an ambulance had even appeared in the desert out of nowhere and disappeared without a trace. But even more so, they were concerned for the life of their kidnapped comrade. However, they wouldn't have to wait long, as arriving at their barracks revealed the grim, grotesque fate of Private Johnson. He was on the walls, as in all over the walls. His body had been dissolved somehow, broken down into little more than a thin, bloody paste that had now been smeared over the interior of the barracks. Looking out at his former squad from the liquefied remains was a single human eyeball. Private Jackson's eye wide with horror at what had been done to him. SCP-4419, known to some by the nickname of the Butcher's Chariot, is still out there. At present, it is unknown who, or indeed what, performs the horrific mutilations on its victims, or even why. It could be that SCP-4419, if it has a consciousness, could be trying to help those it abducts, but lacks the correct medical understanding of how to do so. Then again, it could simply just be cruel, torturing and deforming people unfortunate enough to need emergency medical attention. Given how sporadically this anomalous ambulance can appear and disappear, at the site of any medical emergency anywhere on the planet, there's little the Foundation can do other than stay vigilant and pick up SCP-4419's patients after it has mutilated them. Or rather, they can pick up whatever's left of their victims. Now go and check out SCP-2086 Man-Eating Bus for another anomaly that at first takes the shape of an ordinary vehicle, but soon becomes something far more terrifying. And after, keep an eye out for SCP-973 Chased by Smokey for more horror stalking the roads.